Good evening, Patriots. I hope everybody has had a wonderful Thursday, and welcome to America Rising News. Yes, it is June 4th, 2026. Like I said, I hope everybody had a great day, and it is damn good to be here. It is good to see everybody over there in Rumble. Good to see everybody over on Pill. You guys are dropping gold pills right out the gate. God bless you guys for your continued support. Please consider hitting that red pill over on Pill, that like over on Rumble. That is definitely one way to support us so we can continue to bring you guys nightly news, daily breakdowns, and we can keep this America Rising media experiment moving forward like a MAGA train through hell. We have got one hell of a show in store for you guys this evening. But before we get into and the two opening clips, we got a lot to talk about, guys. But before we do, we got a feisty cat on the panel. What up, Feisty?
What up?
Yes.
I've had a very good couple of days.
Yes. Good couple of days.
I love the gloves off cabinet, don't you?
I don't think people really understand the impact of Pulte.
Oh, no.
I don't think people understand the impact here.
They don't get it, but they will after I'm done.
Oh, good. That's what we're here for.
They will when I'm done.
That good. That is exactly.
I found some pretty darn good things about Mr. Bill Pulte.
So
his background, he's perfect for what his role is about to be.
And it is a temporary role, but that is
he doesn't need a long time.
Very purposeful.
There's been a whole lot of things being done already. He's just pulling it together.
And we're gonna get into we're gonna reveal what we think to be the mission moving forward. It is a huge deal, Marissa. That is right. And regarding the clip before that, holy cow, Plattner.
You know, I got a question.
Yeah.
What are Nazis?
What are Nazis?
Aren't they fascists?
They're very.
Haven't we been subjected to being called fascists? In fact, isn't it anti-fascist is what Antifa stands for? This guy is training Antifa.
Yeah, Transtifa. Yep.
With a swastika on his chest.
Knowingly, actively, yes. You couldn't find a better candidate for Operation Show Your Ass.
Right. But here's the thing. I don't know if he's planted to do this or you're just going to let them do what they do. But it is very clear.
Don't you?
Well, the Democrats are quite desperate for a seat, aren't they?
Well,
they'll go with anything. The hubris is unmistakable.
So and I made this point the other night, and I think I did a pretty damn good job of making this point, Feisty.
Are you sure?
Without having individuals, it's taken me a while. I didn't used to think this way, but would your average everyday Americans have not? I'm not talking about us. I'm not talking about our community. I'm not talking about people who are
we're a cut above, so we're different.
I'm not talking about us and everybody in the chat. I'm not talking about you guys. I'm talking about our friends, our family that don't want to talk politics.
Right?
Would they have a concept, any idea about the threat that we've really been facing with communism? Would they have any understanding of it if we didn't have examples like Karen Basura or Mayor Brandon Johnson, Spanberger, the Magic Carpet Ride, Mamdani in New York? Would they have any idea?
Well, it's not a matter of whether they have any idea. Are they connecting some of the conditions we've been experiencing for the last 6-7 years to the fact that they believe socialism is a good thing?
Oh, gosh, yeah.
They're not connecting the two. So by calling Trump a fascist, by calling you and I a fascist, gave them plausible deniability because we were the problem. Now they're about to elect absolute fascists.
So you can't. That shuts down the left's narrative. They can't really call Trump a fascist anymore.
How do you do that?
Well, they will still try to call him that,
But it's kind of opposing, right? I mean,
of course.
We're sitting here looking at that paradox that says, wait, what'd you say? Right?
Well, you got CNN, you get even MS now, which I almost started off with that clip instead. You know what clip I'm talking? Well, actually, the one about Bill Pulte, but they're even calling out Plattner. You even got CNN calling out Plattner.
Because I think it's a bridge too far.
But
I don't know that
it's kind of perfect.
I agree. I don't know that the public is there yet. We're going to have a long summer, though.
Speaking of perfect, how about the California elections still proceeding?
And
did
anybody suspect?
Oh my gosh.
But we got 3 weeks of vote counting to go, right?
At the same time, we've had speaking of CNN and MS now, or BS now, that have been talking up Spencer Pratt. They've been saying how he's been running a magnificent campaign.
Yeah.
And giving Basura a run for her money.
Okay, so step back for a second.
So
step
you
back
gotta steal it now? Oh.
Step back and think about what you just said. In the past, the media always went for the bad guy. Now they're saying the good guy is a good guy. And the election is still going to Grand Platinum.
That's a good point.
I mean, to Spencer.
Yep.
It's still going to Spencer. Does it or does it not highlight election fraud?
What would be I'm going to pose
Wouldn't
this.
that just be the golden thing to come out in the next couple weeks?
Yes.
Isn't it just like perfect?
This is why I'm going to pose this question to the chat. Let me know, chat. Okay, we're going to do a little trivia time. Okay, but it's not really trivia. I want to know what you guys' opinion. What would you think would be a preferred outcome? Okay, for Spencer Pratt to give Basura a run for her money to get close, right up below her.
Close,
Nithya
but
Raymond.
no potato.
Right.
He won election night, remember? By a large margin. And it's being whittled away as we speak.
Right. And to have it just be him and Bass in the general this November.
Gotta have it stolen.
I'm not asking you this question. I'm asking this to the chat.
I can't help it. I'm all excited.
Or would you guys rather have them really try to, I don't know, have helicopters shipping ballots late night, or watching people scanning ballots 3, 4, 5, 6 times?
Oh, no. That's if you get to see through the windows and they don't block them with cardboard. or have a toilet overflow and close down the facility while they do it. I mean,
what would you guys rather have? What would you guys rather have? So I think this is we in this audience, we think we look at things a bit differently. I like to encourage people to look at the silver linings. Right now is a period of time where silver linings are galore. They're everywhere if you just know where to look.
And in case you don't recognize the silver lining, look at the glow.
There's a lot of glow.
There's a lot of it.
Right. So, and then at the same time, we're talking about fraud, right? This is, we're not just talking about
wait, we're not talking any fraud. What are we talking? What kind of fraud?
Election fraud.
And that
not
is
just
what?
That, though. Not just
under
that.
the code. Isn't that a form of treason?
Yes, it is. But fraud vitiates all, though,
everything. So, I mean, I think that Spencer needs to lose in the next 3 weeks. I really do.
But wait, you can't be really meaning that, Sean and Kathy.
Absolutely.
You can't really mean that, can you? What are you talking about here?
I think now, eyes on. When you've got the media siding with the exact opposite party that they're used to do, and you got people that listen to them so intently that they're willing to go vote accordingly, right?
Yep.
He wins by that margin on Tuesday, and by Thursday, his vote is whittled down.
Right.
And they're telling you it's going to be at least a week, if not longer, before they're done.
Marissa,
They're
I love.
telling you that.
God bless you, Marissa. She just said either way, it wakes people up. If he wins outright, it makes everything better. They get to see the difference for themselves. If they steal it again, they get to see what we have known for a long time. Either way, exposure happens. I think the fraud will be exposed either way. Too. So I love that you see things from both. This is why I love Marissa. She sees things through everybody's.
And I agree
lens.
with her on the first part, but I think, and for us, if he wins outright, it's like finally. But for those people that are still buying the narrative that there's no such thing as election fraud, I think this is a valuable lesson.
What if, Feisty, is there a lane where this midterm is could Trump and the administration be setting this midterm up to allow them the comfort of thinking that they can just steal at will, and then in the process there'll be a big exposure of it?
It could be. It could be. Guess
Is
who
that
went back
what we
up
need?
in?
Do we
Guess
need
who
one
went back
more?
up into orbit? Remember? Remember, we have our little eyes in the sky, our black boxes up there in the sky right now. It launched, what, 2 weeks ago? 3 weeks ago? Just like it did in 2020, just like it did in 2022, just like it did.
How could you make it indisputable? I know it's indisputable to us because we are actively watching for this
I think
stuff.
the optics of he won by a 30-point margin, and I think the media is in on this one because if they're saying he won such a great campaign, and they're actually giving him airtime, and then all of a sudden he doesn't win.
Yes.
The media's got to say something.
Yes.
The absence of saying nothing, saying nothing is going to be noticeable. So that's my belief. We'll see how it turns out.
I mean, they were playing clips, and you got we can thank social media now for even subverting a bit of the mainstream media narratives as well. But go to social media, and you can see LA resident after LA resident after LA resident saying this city has gone to shit, and then her claiming that homelessness has dropped 7-point-something%. Are you factoring in the deaths that happen on a daily basis?
Well, that every death
on a daily basis
is a factor for reducing homelessness, because if they're dead, they're no longer homeless.
Right.
It's problem solved.
And Spencer,
let's kill them all.
And Spencer even proved this the other day, where he showed the data that there's somewhere between 4 to 7 people a day that are dying from fentanyl overdoses. This is insane.
Well, and look, we saw where she's taking NGO money, taking it to the street with needles and drugs. She's killing them
with actual drugs, not
just any drugs. Yeah. We're taking some fentanyl and the like other opioids, but the fact is they're actually there with a table.
Yeah.
Anybody can go look at it. Talk about a city gone to shit.
It's really gut-wrenching to see all that.
I think what was the appeal for Spencer Pratt in California, and this is my opinion, is people have been seeing for a long time but not allowed to say. He told everybody what he saw. He put voice to it, and it had a rallying effect.
And I think there was a woman, and I think she was on Fox one night. I think I seen her on CNN another night, or MS or BS Now, and she was saying, and I keep hearing this. I've actually heard this several times today and yesterday, saying, this is what's typical in a state like California. It's a red mirage the day of, and it's leading into in the day of, where it's Trump and it's MAGA and it's conservatives or Republicans that are leading. But then in the middle of the night, or then after counting in mail-in ballots, then the Democrats take over. Did she?
She just
did she
said
not
the
hear?
quiet part out loud.
Right. So it rings differently now when you hear something like that, and you're just like, wait a minute. I've always wondered.
People, and then connect the rest of the dots. People went to jail, Tina Peters, for trying to blow the whistle. People were indicted. People had their lives stolen.
Well, that's another great point that you bring up, Tina Peters, because, okay, well, if you subscribe to the notion that she, as both Feisty and I do, that she's going to be a federal witness
Totally believe that.
before the midterms, I don't know whether or not it will take effect for the midterms. I kind of think it will, but I digress.
Only from the fairness of the election. I don't think it takes, not from a policy.
Or the exposure
The
side
exposure
of, things.
of
Right.
the theft.
Imagine her testifying, having a testimony that gives credence to election fraud, and it comes out right before midterms or right on the day of or something. I don't know.
No, I don't think it'll be voting day, but I do think August is looking to be very hot. Did you hear where American Airlines is cutting some of their summer trips? They can't afford the price of gas. And I said, buckle up, everybody. Settle in. It's going to be an unseasonably
They
hot
could
summer.
afford it before under Biden
They
when
could
it was
afford
actually
it
more
when it was
expensive.
$2 higher, right?
That doesn't make any logical sense.
No. That's why I said buckle up, settle in. It's going to be an unseasonably hot summer.
gosh.
Everything is laid up for that. I do think this summer is going to be just one bombshell after another.
And then we got, so there's so much to get into. And again, I see you guys dropping. So thank you guys for the gold pills. I see Andy beat you out there. Also, another thing before I get into shouting out all you guys' very generous donations. John Solomon says they raided Mar-a-Lago to cover up what happened in 2015, 2016. Barack Obama will be named head of the conspiracy when they're done.
Yes.
He will be an unindicted co-conspirator.
A goddamn question. Don't question. Why an unindicted co-conspirator if he's the head of the snake?
Because he's not the head of the snake.
I know you didn't say that.
He's not the head of the
You
snake.
didn't say that.
Yes,
Did
I
you
said
say
that.
that? Oh my goodness. You know you're not supposed to say that.
A
He's supposed to not
co-conspirator.
even have Kenya left.
Do you see it yet? Or as Feisty says, do you not see?
Do you not see?
This?
So what does it do by naming him an unindicted co-conspirator? What does that do for Obama? What does he get to do?
He gets to testify.
Oh, man. Wouldn't that be
That would be
interesting?
unusual.
It would not only be unusual, but it would prove the Supreme Court, because he's not a president. In fact, he's past 10 years, right?
Right. Yep.
Well, almost past 10 years, but we're at a point where you got a previous president that could be put on the stand to tell his story with an amazing amount of evidence. So perjury is not an option. I venture he's got an interesting story to tell.
Oh, boy. Oh,
Just
boy.
going to point that out. But it would seem to me if he were the head of the snake, he wouldn't be an unindicted co-conspirator. Just saying.
So we have got, oh gosh, I didn't realize Bam Margera is based. Holy cow. Bam Margera is hella based, guys. He's got a bus. He has a bus that says, that's a drain. He calls the Drain the Swamp bus. Wait till you guys get a load of this. Also, even Trump says they're rigging of the election in California as counting continues.
Right.
And he says they found a lot of mail-in ballots last night.
And they all happen to be blue.
He's watching him. They're watching.
Not only is he watching,
very closely,
but I'm telling you, we got eyes in the sky on this. We got eyes in the sky.
I just made a post, and it was Trump in one of his posts, and he said right out the gate in this post, what? Watch California. Were we told to watch California?
Yeah, but there's a very specific reason too, remember?
What was that reason?
election fraud,
Yep.
right?
Yep.
Voter fraud. And he said, watch California, very specific reason. And 11.3, 11.4, that's that district, right?
Yep.
And what is 11.3 and 4? Grand jury instructions, prosecution instructions. 4, it's conspiracy.
He says, watch California, everybody. Our election process is as bad or worse than any third world country. The biggest difference is they count their votes much faster. They don't wait 7 days to tell you who won. Rigging the election during each and every one of them. Americans are ashamed of what is happening. President Donald John Trump. He's watching very closely.
I had asked you to start tonight's show with Ness and Dharma for a reason.
We'll start that segment off with. I have it.
Okay,
We'll start that segment off with it.
That is so apropos with everything. The Senate is just, let's just say, I don't like watching Senate hearings because they're typically a shit show. But I'm really enjoying them this last week.
House hearings or Senate hearings?
Yes. Doesn't matter. Yes.
Doesn't matter. Okay.
The Gloves Off is fun TV.
Gloves off, but doesn't it matter? Doesn't it count? Doesn't it matter who the individual is? That's.
No. Well, Besant, I mean, he's just knocking it out of the park. But you've got even... Did you see the play between, I can't think of his name, and Mazie Hirono?
Oh, gosh, that was glorious.
Was that just beautiful?
Not just Maisie, as somebody else, too.
Well, he did it, too. But I'm saying that 6-minute segment I watched 3 times. Because she was saying that the Treasury is the most corrupt agency in history. I'm blown away.
Calling the Trump administration the most corrupt.
She went after Besant directly, and he stopped her and he says, "I'm taking issue with that."
It wasn't just Besant. Who else was it?
You had Mark Wayne Mullen.
Mark Wayne Mullen. That's right.
You had Besant.
Yep.
And there was one other, Marco Rubio. Wait, why is she leaving? I was going to answer her question.
Rubio, he's so good. Oh, my God.
And you know what was really funny is he's sitting behind that table. He looked so little, didn't he?
Oh, Rubio?
Rubio, when he was sitting behind the table.
Yeah.
You saw the table. He was like up to here. And I was like, man, he just...
But I'd never seen him like that. I'd never seen him like that confident before.
That's what I'm getting at. The gloves off of the administrative testimonies. I mean, all these individuals are coming in and they're not taking anything from anybody. Mm-hmm. I knew it was gloves off for Trump when he went after Cassidy and Cornyn. We've been talking about it. He was totally gloves off. Mm-hmm. And he was directly going after the Senate. This is why the whole SAVE Act thing is out there. He is purposefully showing you the opposition within the Rhino Party. And it's shown every single time they take a failed vote. What's really funny is they all seem to get together, have their little Diet Coke, and decide on a strategy because every single one of them is in your face.
Oh,
Shut
yes.
up.
And
I love this. How often do we get to see? You get to see the shit show from the Congress rats, but how often do you see pushback?
Oh, my gosh. There's so much. There's so much. How about the SPLC? You were right about that.
I know I was right.
You were right about the superseding indictment.
I told you from the beginning this is low-hanging fruit. And we're not done. We're only up to 7.1 million. You got more to go. They're going to peel that onion slowly and painfully.
Man, I hope everybody's enjoying it as much as both Feisty and I are. It doesn't even end there. It doesn't even end there. Because, of course, we had Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche up
Get
there.
nominated today officially.
Oh, yes, that's right. Well, he's nominated by Trump. He hasn't been, he's been appointed by Trump, but it's not nominated
no, he's
yet.
From the Rose Garden. Dan Scavino put it out on his X account.
There's Trump's
from the Rose
pick.
Garden. Trump
So
said he was nominating him.
Yeah.
He's got to go through the confirmation.
Right. Do you think he'd get it?
What I think, yeah, they're being very careful with him. But I think what's important is to note that Eisenberg is acting DAG right now because of what Blanche is doing. So Trump must be good with Eisenberg. Now remember the roles, right? Remember the roles. The Attorney General is a political role.
Yeah.
The Deputy Attorney General is where the shit hits the fan. That's the person that oversees all of the investigations and prosecutions. So he must be pleased with Eisenberg.
Trump or Blanche? Or both?
Trump.
Okay.
Both. I think the test has not so much been Blanche as it's been Eisenberg.
And then what they uncovered today, it was incredible. Millions
No, it's not
of
Eisenberg.
dollars.
I got the wrong one.
Millions of dollars of fraud they exposed. And shout out to Kash Patel, who developed a top 10 most wanted fraud list now. Not just a top 10 most wanted FBI list. No, they have a top 10 most wanted fraud. And he said, no information is bad information. Well, he says the only bad information is no information at all. That's what he said. So, and he encouraged people, if you know of, seen of, or heard of any fraud taking place, please, we want to know about it. So, anybody out there who wants to take it upon themselves, you got a camera, you got your phone. Look, everybody carries around a camera with them nowadays. Take that sucker with you. Take it to a little mini mall. Go inside, see if there's any buildings with a little sign that says home health, hospice. You don't see people piling in and out. Capture that shit, man. This is how we take it back. Again, another method of we, the people, taking it back. You get, local involvement. There's so many ways. And it was even mentioned, Feisty. I think it came out of Todd Blanche's mouth himself, where he said about restoring trust and faith in government. Bring him back.
Which is a Q post, by the way, remember?
Restoring trust and faith
in government. It is our hope.
Yeah.
And we're in that place now. What is the biggest or the most important thing to have if you're going to restore trust and faith? Faith and trust and faith. You got to have accountability.
You got to have accountability. Yes, you must have.
You can't do it.
Yep.
You can't do it without it.
Yep. 100%.
And so that's what I'm saying. This summer is going to be one that's going to be off the rails hot.
Is that all right? So you sent this clip. Joe and Mika refused to talk to Jill Biden's interview. She did it anyways, and it was rough.
It's a 20-minute clip, but it is funny.
And also, just to kind of a couple more bullet points, and thank you guys for the support. Black Crowes respond to a viral concert boos. Guy says he's not sorry. The lead singer says he's not sorry. That's okay. Keep it up, is what I always say. Also, Democrats embarrassed in Congress after brutal Rubio-Bessent tag team from the one and only Robert Gouvier. I brought that to tickle Feisty's fancy because I know she likes her some Robert Gouvier.
I love him. Yeah. He's so good.
And a little bit later, I got Michael Francis actually making a video titled George Soros. Everyone knows the name. Nobody knows what he's done. Just for a little taste of something later. Also, in other news, Secretary Bessent embarrasses clueless Democrat Congressman Larson, asking him, "Are you in favor of eliminating the gas tax?" ? We asked Congress to eliminate the gas tax.
Fail. Did you see the clip on that? That was the biggest fail.
I have that, yeah.
And I'm laughing. It's like you're asking Bessent a question that's in your list of responsibilities.
Right.
And he didn't even know what to say after that. Did you see the look on his face? No. He didn't even know what to say. Did you see the clip?
Yes, I have the clip.
Oh my God, that's hysterical.
Even probably the highlight, I think, of that whole hearing was Wyden.
Oh, I think
Was it Adam or Andrew Wyden? I think it was Adam Wyden, his son.
Adam Wyden is his son.
Oh,
Who
boy.
had contacted me. He says, "What were they pole dancing?"
About Epstein. Oh, he said it right to his face.
Oh no! Say the rest of it, because Adam was begging Epstein for money.
Begging him for money.
Begging him for money.
Wow. Well, that was right after Ron Wyden called this administration the most corrupt administration in American history.
Right.
Wow.
And he said, that said.
Wow. And then he went after him.
And what did he say? You're limited. He called it your limited appeal or limited approval or something along those lines. That was classic.
Classic, yes.
And he literally was sitting there. His eyes got big. I couldn't believe I'm seeing this stuff.
Oh my gosh, it was just perfect.
But what it is right out the gate, you can see, and that was yesterday. Today was just as worthy. But yesterday, right out the gate, you could see it's not only gloves off, but these cabinet members were not going to have any of it. And like I said, it's almost like they got together in a room with their Diet Coke and said, "Let's have some." Trump let the dogs out. Yep. How's that? He literally let the dogs out.
Yep, that's right, Bamlo. Ron Wyden's son, Adam Wyden. Yeah,
Adam Wyden.
Yeah. Also, can't forget this. This happened earlier on in the day. This is something I always think about and worry about when doing the news, when we do it so late, is things happen. A lot of profound things happen in the early part of the day. And because so many other things end up happening, I don't typically end up covering it. But then what was the big thing that happened in the beginning of the day today was we learned that John Bolton has pled guilty. What exactly was it he pled guilty to?
Remember, he wrote a book that had some potentially classified information in it, and he was told not to publish it with that information. He did anyway. And
it wasn't the possession, having actual possession of classified material?
Now that I don't remember, but if you recall, they got a very neat video of him walking down the street of a certain country to certain building to certain questionable behavior, remember?
Can't deny that.
And what did he say in that one interview? How he's been involved in coups in the past.
Yeah, in other countries, that's right.
He said it.
Oh, gosh.
He was even asked on it. I think you didn't mean to say that. No, I'm not going to say anymore. So he put himself out there. He put himself right in the crosshairs. We'll see where it goes, but he put...
You okay?
Sorry about that. I breathed wrong. No, so he put himself in the crosshairs. The fact that he pled guilty meant they got something on him. Also means he's given up some information. Just going to point that out.
Unbelievable, but this kind of election fraud is commonplace in California. Oh my gosh, I got a guy that's showing that he has 7 different ballots. I can illegally vote for anyone in California. And everyone is an immigrant. Wow. Also, this is great news. For anyone who remembers the video that I played 2 nights ago, gonna love this one. So I played a video towards the end of the show the other night. This warms my heart. I played an amazing video. Well, not amazing. It was a heartbreaking video of this elderly woman, 85 years old. I thought she was 93, but she's 85 years old, working at AMC movie theater, and she can barely stand up straight. Her head...
That breaks my heart.
She's hunched down. She's barely walking. So...
That breaks my heart that we can work like dogs our entire life right to the pine box.
But... So, I played the clip here I posted it online. I posted it even on Facebook. I never go on Facebook and other places. Well, turns out, so her name is Mary Ellen Eron, Eron, and she lives in Tennessee. If I don't know if Mitchell's out there listening, or shout out to our Tennessean Patriots out there, but that video went viral, like super viral. Showed her carrying heavy garbage bag while working, which this sparked an absolute outpouring of support online. They raised nearly over $150,000 for her to retire.
Oh, God bless life. Trust in humanity,
over
right?
$150,000 so that she can retire. I wonder how AMC feels about it. I don't give a shit. Let me show everybody that, because this is absolutely heartwarming to see. All right, this here is, let's see, her name is, Mary Ellen Eron of Tennessee.
I hope you still feel small when you stand beside the ocean. Whenever one door closes, I hope one more opens. Promise me.
She's got osteoporosis, real bad. And a capable guy walks by and lets her go.
I couldn't even.
Oh, my God.
Thank you so very much to all the wonderful people that have donated money to the GoFundMe. And I'm overwhelmed and certainly blessed by the Lord and you wonderful people. Thank you once more.
I hope you still feel.
Don't you just love that?
I do.
It's amazing. Oh, it's amazing. So
This is, it's sad. But then why would we be surprised? We treat our little ones like shit. We treat our elderly like shit. Because for some reason, somehow, the in-between didn't come from there and aren't going there. So, I can't speak for the degradation of human compassion, because it's obviously that's where that comes from. I'm proud to be one of those that never bit that apple.
I love to see this, though. I love to see that people have stepped up to help. That is simply amazing. I hope $150,000 is enough for her to retire. I feel like it ought to be. Pay your mortgage
And someone
off.
tells me they're not done collecting.
I hope not. I know I sent $150. So
Good for you.
yeah, it was heartbreaking. So, and I think a couple of the people sent some money. So hat tip to anybody else out there who donated. Also, let's see here. A couple other things. We got Democrat senators squirming when asked about Graham Plattner of Maine. Javier Becerra advances in California governor's primary race as mail-in ballots flood in just 2 days, a whole 2 days after polls close. How is it not? Oh, gosh, how have they figured out the governor, the top two governor candidates, but they haven't figured out who the mayoral candidates of LA are yet?
Because
How?
you remember in 2020 we went through the same thing. It was an election in New Jersey that took like 6 weeks.
Oh my gosh, what year was that?
2020.
Jersey.
New Jersey.
Vaguely.
No, was it 2019? Was it 2019 or 2020? But it was a special election.
Oh yes, I remember now. Yep. Also another thing, the House has seemingly passed, because they're so mad and are unwilling to pay off or to allow Trump, or to not, I should say, they're so willing to give Trump grief over 1.7. Yeah, 17. What is it?
1.776 billion dollars. 1776
for the victims of a weaponized government. However, they passed a $9 billion aid package to who?
Ukraine.
Unbelievable. We got 18 Republicans that voted yes. By the way, on that. Unbelievable.
And those are the names you're taking, right? But we've been in this obvious, look at who's opposition. You're in this obvious path. The 18 Republicans that voted for that aid package, which is completely against what the Americans want, regardless of party, is really, talk about ballsy, right?
Yeah, these are those Republicans. I've never heard of. Oh, so this is the House.
Mm-hmm.
Bacon,
Yeah, it's a House bill.
Kerry, Fitzpatrick.
No, keep going down.
Jimenez, Hurd, Joyce,
McCall,
Lawler. Newhouse, Thompson, Pennsylvania, Turner, Wilson, South Carolina. Almost every state. You got 2 from Ohio. You got 2 from New York. 3 from New York. 3 from Ohio, actually. 4 from Ohio. My goodness. You got Virginia, Colorado, a couple from Pennsylvania, Nebraska. This is incredible. They must have got voted out in the primaries. They must have been primaries.
I don't know. Come down to the Virginia one. I'll let you know.
Kiggins
is going. Yeah.
Jennifer Kiggins.
Yeah, so it's retaliatory.
Yikes. So yeah, that happened. Also, Senator Tom Tillis, yeah, he's big mad. Threatens to sink Todd Blanche's attorney general nomination unless he condemns J6 protesters.
Now, why
unless
do you
he says a couple words? Are you kidding me,
why?
Tillis?
No, what they're specifically saying, what they specifically want, is for somebody to go on the record that J6 was caused by Trump and MAGA.
Yeah, they were trying to do a gotcha with Rubio. About the 2020
They did it with
election.
everybody in the confirmation hearings, if you recall.
Yeah. Do you,
Everybody went through that litany of questioning.
do you agree that Trump lost the 2020 election? They keep trying to do. Did you keep trying to
But
catch
what they're
him in that?
doing is they're trying to get these guys on the record so that could be used against them when it comes out otherwise. They're really worried, I think, about the conspiracy cases.
You know what else they're worried about? Bill Pulte.
Yeah,
They're big worried about Bill Pulte.
You know, he's my new favorite. You know that, right?
He ought to be everybody's favorite, I think. Just in, 3 Republican senators vote with Democrats to block Pulte from even serving as acting DNI.
They can't. They have nothing
even do that.
They can't do it. They have no authority at all. When I was listening to Tillis yesterday, I'm not going to support him. I'm not going to vote for it. It's like, there's no vote.
Doesn't matter, dude.
He's got 210 days, and your sorry ass is going to be gone before his tenure is up.
We got 3 Republican senators. Who? Cassidy, Collins, and Murkowski. Collins, geez, you think,
No.
you're staring at a primary. You'd think that you would have, it failed enough. Again, irrelevant. Senator Mark Warner introduced the amendment to block Pulte from... Mark Warner is big.
He is
nervous.
flipping out.
He's
I know.
so scared.
I can't be more thrilled. You'll see why in a minute, but I've known his family. That's my area. His family is so flipping corrupt. It isn't funny.
Really?
Oh my goodness. I got personal experience with that family.
All right. So, before I get to the thank you, you know what? Let me do the thank yous right now. Sly Park. Hey, Sly. Shout out to Sly Park. Says, stay based, stay blessed, stay in prayer, Patriots. With a pair of banger shades. Let's go, Sly Park. And, hey, look at that. Right after Sly Park, we got Just Fed Up dropping also a pair of banger shades. Thank you, Just Fed Up. You guys are awesome. Thank you, everybody. And also, not to be outdone, hey, look, there's Mama Sheckert still kicking it in the chat. Shout out to you, Mama Shecks. General Buford, as always, brother, thank you so much. Back-to-back cookie love. Good to see you. Good to see Jax as well, also with a cookie. Jax says, we're special. Yes, we are special, Jax. Thank you so much, friend. Good to see you. Shout out to Andy B2. Also with a pair of banger shades, and Andy, always with his great messages, says blessings and much love to all. I want to see public executions for voter fraud. Make the punishment fit the crime. Voter fraud is treason.
Yes, it is.
You agree that it's treason?
It is. There's a reason for that. Not voter fraud, election fraud. Get it straight. Voter fraud is a civic thing. That's you and I. Election fraud is when a public official or candidate commits fraud. The reason why the only court of chancery for election fraud is the Supreme Court is because it affects all the states. It abridges all of our civil rights. As a result, it can be seen as an act of treason. And when you start adding in the components of the foreign influence, you got an act of war from outside this country. So it's a big deal, and people are about to learn a lot.
That's right.
About election fraud.
And you don't need in that situation, you don't need a FTO designation to determine that it's
no, you do not.
That you're lending aid and comfort to a foreign enemy.
No, you do not.
Right, because they put
election fraud by its definition is a standalone.
They put the extra emphasis. They try to put an extra emphasis on the foreign, on the enemy,
the FARA,
the enemy portion of it. Mm-hmm. And if you can't determine that foreign country is an enemy, they won't.
Well, it doesn't even matter. It could be an ally if they're getting you to do something that would change our electoral process.
Yep.
That is an act of war on their part and an act of treason on your part.
Bingo.
Because you are giving aid and comfort to an enemy by definition.
That's right. Yep.
You don't even need the designation. That by definition is aid and comfort.
Utah 101's, you know what? That was happening to me when I was listening earlier. I don't know what the issue is, but Utah 101 says, Pilled keeps pausing on me. Dag nummit. Is anybody else over there in Pilled having the same issue of pausing? I don't know why.
It actually starts spooling.
What?
It actually starts spooling.
Spooling? What do you mean by spooling?
You just see it chugging,
Yeah, sometimes that can happen. Let me know in the chat, Pilled, if anybody else is going through that. Says, hey, we got Jen Kerr 2 out there with the cookie. Says, love your shows, Feisty and Sean. Hey, thank you, Jen Kerr. Appreciate the compliment. Much. Yep. And the one and only S. Jones 39, also with a can, says, evening, Sean and Feisty. And I'll be joining S. Jones this Saturday briefly for about an hour or so, 7 p.m. So looking forward to that.
You're going to have fun. I had fun. I had a blast.
She's so sweet.
Yes, she is.
Just fed up 5x5. Alcolex says no. Not me, but I heard it was happening on my phone earlier too. Rumble is doing the same thing. Bonnie JT says, really?
So every single day in my chat,
is anybody else getting that?
Every single day in my chat and Telegram, I get through the rosary. We start the chat. We start recording, and the roboting begins right away. Every single day.
What time is this?
8:30-ish.
I wonder if that could just be a... See, I don't believe that it would be.
Mm-hmm. It happens every single night lately. In fact, the last couple of nights, I've had to close out the chat and restart it. Because you can't even get back in.
Interesting. Thank you, Jack.
So there's something going on the interwebs.
Jack says, what's happening is the stream is resetting. Example, I have set it on HD. When it resets, that gets changed back to auto, and you have to set it again. I got a feeling that, because I think there was a recent update on Pilled, I got a feeling that they will work out those kinks. I can try to lower my KBPS here for a moment. Hold on one sec. Output. Here, let me lower my bit rate just a touch. I'll lower it down to 1800. All right, I just lowered it. We'll see if that We'll see if that helps. All right. Real quick before we get into the more news, because I can't wait to show the Bill Pulte side of things. As I stated earlier in the beginning of the show, Senate just killed the SAVE Act 4850, voter ID, and proof of citizenship supported by over 80% of Americans dead. 4 Republicans voted no: Tillis, Murkowski, McConnell, Collins. All 4 of them. At this point, you know what?
Just take names and vote the other way.
I can't.
That's the
I can't
purpose of
vote
this
for Collins.
exercise.
I can't vote for Collins. I can't.
No, you do a write-in. I don't know what else to tell you. I don't know if you've even got a Republican up there that would dare to step into that water, but...
LePage is running.
And?
Paul LePage. I think he's going to win, actually. I don't know what exactly... Well, shit, man. What the hell is he even running for? I don't even know what he's running for. Hold on. Let me find out. Paul LePage, he was our governor, and he was our Trump.
Oh, I remember LePage. He was a Trumpet.
Oh gosh, he was Trump before Trump was here.
Before Trump was Trump.
Yeah, he was this.
I remember
so
LePage.
based. Oh my gosh, he is an American businessman, politician who served as the 74th governor of Maine from 2011. Yeah, he did 2 terms. And he is, what's he running for? Congress. I'm sorry, he's running for Congress. I think he's going to win too.
Federal or state?
Federal. He's running for Congress.
Oh,
to
he'd
take
be
back
cool. He'd be good in Congress.
Yeah, he's running for Congress to take back Washington, help secure our borders, fight for Maine jobs, grow our economy, and lower inflation. He's like, you know who he reminds me of? Clay Higgins. He's like a Clay Higgins type. He's got the mouth.
I know somebody that else sits in Maine, and she used to work with him almost every day.
Yeah, he's
I got to know a lot about the man, let me tell you.
Yeah, he's awesome. He's awesome. I had 2 fish, 2 beautiful, massive sized angel fish, back when I used to be into fish tanking and all this. And I named them both Shifty and D Money because he had this famous quote about how these he said how these African Americans from Massachusetts would come into Maine and they'd sell all their heroin and fentanyl and get these Maine girls pregnant, and their names were always D Money and Shifty, and the whole state, half the state laughed their sick ass off about it, and the other half of the state was offended.
Of course.
So, so I named my fish D Money and Shifty after Paul LePage. A full bus to drain the swamp from Bam Margera.
Well, looks like my neighbor Tom has had enough of the gruff.
Mike Obama, did you see that?
Mike Obama.
There is the hyena. No balls, walls.
Creepy Joe.
The sniffer.
He's had it with politics. Well, looks like my neighbor Tom has had enough of the...
I guess it's his neighbor.
It's his neighbor's car.
He's sober, thank the Lord, because things were looking really difficult for him for a while there. But yes, Bam Margera is now sober. So Johnny paid a visit to Portland, my hometown, where I'm from.
Oh,
where I was born and raised. Spent the overwhelming majority of my life there. And this is downtown Portland. Maine voters go off on Graham Plattner. The comments were absolutely ruthless, says Jesse Waters. He's a sexist and a racist regarding Plattner. The only Nazi the Democrats are okay with. He wouldn't be my husband if he did that. Graham Plattner, you are the dumb bleep. What do you think? Check this out.
Senate elections Tuesday. Who are you voting for?
Janet Mills.
Susan Collins.
I will not be voting for Susan Collins.
Plattner.
Well, I'm not sure.
Would you consider voting for Plattner?
No, N-O.
What's your opinion of him?
I know this
don't trust
guy.
him.
I know who that guy
You
is.
know that guy with the
'cause
dog?
Yes, because I used to serve him at Nappy's Bar and Grill when I was a bartender there, and when I used to cook at Rosie's. This guy is hysterical, and he's actually really smart.
Him.
I don't trust him. That's the only Nazi the Democrats are okay with.
A sexist and a racist.
He's reasonable.
He's more of a down-to-earth Mainer.
I feel like he's one of us.
He's got a Nazi tattoo, says he's a communist.
She's got the Porthole shirt on, so she probably works at the Porthole. That's a great restaurant.
Yes,
Right.
he's involved in a sexting scandal.
Right.
You do all that?
No, I do none of that.
Did you know Graham Plattner has a tattoo?
I know he has lots of tattoos.
Love a king with tattoos. I do like tattoos.
Do you like Nazi tattoos?
No.
He has a Nazi tattoo.
What? Where?
On his nipple.
No. Oh.
I don't think Graham Plattner is a fascist.
But he has a Nazi tattoo.
He does, yeah.
And oh yes, the Hitler dog thing. Okay, the dog thing is bull. Great,
Gotcha,
great. I
bitch.
thought so.
Plattner's involved in a sexting scandal. He sent nudes. He was sexting dozens of women while he's married. Is that good judgment?
I think that's being a human being. Maybe their sex life at home isn't good enough.
No, it's not good judgment.
If my
husband
did
that, he would
no longer be my husband.
I wouldn't be put in that situation.
For me and Gilmore, we wouldn't do that.
He also said people from Maine are dumb mother effers. You guys dumb mother effers?
Dumb motherfuckers.
So that's oh gosh, that is Dana Street. Right here is called Dana Street. I know exactly where this is. I used to work at a restaurant called Cinque Terre on that street.
Hell no. He is. He's in Maine.
We have a bunch of ignorant, stupid people in Maine. He's absolutely correct.
Guess what? When you get up at 5 o'clock in the morning, you go out there and work and harvest the ocean responsibly.
There's the accent.
You're not a
Harvest.
dumb motherfucker. Graham Plattner, you are the dumb motherfucker.
People in Maine are smart cookies.
Tough cookies, too.
Plattner describes himself as a communist. Does Maine need a communist senator?
Definitely not communist. Socialist, maybe.
Socialist is kind of cool, right? Yeah.
See what I tell you?
Maybe a little bit.
I don't
They don't
think
see
so.
it as a
Are you a
gateway.
communist?
Am I a communist? I'm a hippie.
I do not like that.
I'm a hippie.
I think I have to give it to
Good
other
shit.
people. Yeah. What is that going to mean?
You work hard. You make a lot of money. Jimmy doesn't work that hard, but gets half of your money.
Really? I don't know. 'Cause I don't know Jimmy.
Let's go, Jimmy. I'm not going to use foul language. Get your fat ass out of the couch.
I remember that.
He said that women who drink alcohol should accept responsibility if they were raped.
That. He's sexting a bunch of women. Why doesn't he
I know where that is. That's Amigos. Oh, they're standing right outside of Amigos. I think it's called something else now. That's where those umbrellas are. I used to play shows there.
that? He's sexting a bunch of women. Why doesn't he have real conversaisent with those women?
You need to accept responsibility for your actions.
I think
Shut
that's
up.
a shameful response.
I don't care.
Isn't that what the president said, too?
What did he say?
Donald Trump says a lot of things.
But you just said he said that.
Give me a break. Give me a break.
Plattner said a Purple Heart vet deserves to die. What do you have to say to Graham Plattner?
There's no words for that.
Seems out of character for a...
Seems real out of character for him.
Yeah, it does. To me, it does.
My kind of people.
See, that guy right there, I swear, is the kind of guy that... This is the kind of person that started moving into Portland from out of state. This guy doesn't strike me as that he's from
Native.
He doesn't at all.
It doesn't have the
We
accent.
noticed this. I can't tell you. This started happening, I swear, around 2010. There were New York license plates coming in galore, and then all the architecture started to change. They started to change everything about Portland. We even got a new mayor that wasn't even from Maine. And it drove everybody nuts.
To me, it does.
My kind of people.
He's an oyster farmer. His mommy bought him his business. His daddy bought him his house.
Yeah, I like the way you shade that too, mommy and daddy. Why don't you just say his parents?
Did your daddy buy you your house?
He did.
I'll be darned. That's amazing.
Susan Collins, she's been your senator for a very long time, basically a Democrat. What's wrong with her?
Guess we're kind of stuck with her. She's always very concerned about things.
She votes with Donald Trump every chance she gets.
That is not even a little bit true. Damn,
That
man.
doesn't even come close to true.
To impeach him.
She didn't even vote with him today. Yeah, see. This is the problem. This is the problem. People like this vote.
Well, let's be fair. He said every chance he gets. So what he's saying is she may not be the one passing the yes or no button in the Congress. Which, by the way, that has been an issue.
I wish people would pay attention more. How do we get people to pay attention more? That's the question.
Don't. Their life has to go to shit.
That's what I mean. That's the answer.
The problem is, mine and your lives go to shit.
Yeah, and we watch it coming. It's like watching a train wreck.
It's
in
watching
slow
it
motion.
coming, right?
Yeah.
You see the damn light.
Mm-hmm.
You know it's coming.
Yeah.
You know it's going to be messy.
Yeah.
And there's nothing you can do about it.
Yeah.
Then porthole.
What do you want to tell Jesse Waters? You're on his show.
It's Jesse Waters.
Oh, God.
I shouldn't say that on his show.
Hey, Jesse, fire this guy. He stinks.
Do you know who I am?
No.
Here's Johnny.
Oh, God.
Oh, gosh. That was pathetic. Well, at least there was a couple based on there. All right, so what else we got here?
But, I'm going to point out the fact you're talking Portland. They'd have gone into an interior city instead of
had they gone into
Portland.
Gorham or Wyndham or
right.
Raymond or Casco, Naples, Brunswick, Biddeford, Saco, Old Orchard Beach even. You go any further than that,
The
though,
state
south.
is typically red. The big cities carry the vote. They're typically blue.
Yeah.
And they're typically all imported.
Especially in the cities.
Right, that's what I'm getting
Especially in
at.
Portland now. And there's a lot of Somalians now, too.
So now we not only deal with the imported,
Yep.
we're dealing with the migrated, right?
Yep. That's right. And
Cuvier.
yes,
I like Cuvier.
I'm gonna play the SPLC thing before
I loved when that came out. It's like, called it.
the SPLC faces explosive new allegations after a superseding indictment, as Feisty predicted, claims donor funds were secretly funneled to extremist groups. The organization publicly claimed to oppose.
Never happened.
Right.
I'm
Let's see.
telling you, just watch this one. This onion's getting peeled very slowly.
Yep.
And
Yeah,
the
you-
LCCHR umbrella is, well, let's just say it, the rungs that keep the umbrella out.
Yeah.
They're starting to look like there's pressure.
All right, so here's the question. Do you think should we expect LCCHR to maybe pop up in an indictment later on, that maybe some accountability will happen there?
And I'm kind of hoping we reserve them for the AutoPen story because of Ketanji Brown Jackson. Remember, they're the ones that got her over the finish line. So I'm kind of hoping that's where that one goes.
Who was it?
Ketanji Brown Jackson. Yeah, they got her. They're the ones that got her nominated and across the finish line.
But they
And
got
we
out,
know-
what's her name? Kagan? Who did they get to step down?
No, they got.
Yes. They got.
It wasn't-
She replaced somebody.
Yeah, she replaced a man who said, I didn't resign. An hour later, it came out, okay, I resigned. And then she got nominated. He got literally kicked out.
He was a Democrat. He was a liberal Supreme Court justice. Nothing changed.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing changed.
Yeah, it did. I beg your pardon. It may seem liberal for liberal, but she's further left than he was.
What difference does it make? A vote is a vote, right?
Well, no, because he didn't always vote with the liberal wing.
Oh.
If you go back and look at his history, there were times he voted with the majority, conservative.
Interesting. Okay.
So he was an Alito vote or a Roberts vote.
Roberts, yeah.
Or the middle of the road.
Yeah.
And could go either way. They got rid of his ass, brought in Ketanji Jackson Brown, and she's now very reliable left vote. But so that I'm hoping that's where LCCHR comes in, because that network, to include SPLC and all of the other groups under them, really have to answer to the influence network that sat in the Judiciary Committee and within the White House. Remember, because they're on that, they were in the advisory role.
Right,
so and I have a feeling it's not as far away as we think.
Well, only time will tell, I guess.
We can do this one all the way through the Pulte story.
So, thank you to Conserva Chris. Got 2 cookies from Chris. Says Bam was always based. He's had it rough. Yes, he has. He had a lot of issues with handlers and crazies and people going after his money. Once he sobered up and then slipped and then sobered up and slipped a couple times, which is a lot of times it's kind of sadly how it crumbles.
That's
You gotta
how it happens, right?
You really gotta hit some people gotta really hit bottom. Sadly, I hate saying that because you don't want to tell anybody that, right? You don't want anybody to think like, hey, most people will get sober, slip up. You like to keep people hope, give them hope, and then he says, once he sobered up and culture began to shift, he blasted them online. Yeah, then was able to return to the U.S. without the threats from Hollywood, from what I've read into. The issue today is not ignorance, it's false confidence.
Yeah.
Authenticity is rare, and rare things are most valuable. Yes,
it's
well said.
That's what happens when everybody gets a prize.
Yep. Yeah.
Just a fact.
Good to see I Am Taylor. Happy Girl 10. There's a new name. Welcome, Happy Girl 10. Good to see you. Good to see I Am Taylor, as always. Utah 101, Sojourney, Bamlo. Got Krista, Marissa out there. Tracy 17. Moonshine Mitch. In case I missed you. Lucky Doolittle. Good to see you, friend.
I don't remember that
there's
name.
Laura Vogel. Welcome, Laura. Bonnie JT. Always good to see you. I love my USA. Welcome, everybody. And D Doodle. Bobby Digital, Eagle Freedom, Francine, Just Fed Up, Sly Park, Catherine B, Eagle Freedom. Welcome in everybody over on Pilled as well. All right, here we go. Some Robert Gouvier, guys. Enjoy.
New indictment for the Southern Poverty Law Center, alleging even more scandalous charges. You see the Daily Caller with a quick summary headline saying the Southern Poverty Law Center and all of their donors who were fighting hate across America, here, take my money, they were paying for Klan hoods and cross-burning supplies, manufacturing racism all across the country. And it begs the question, if these donors were not literally funding racism, would there even be racism in America? And I know there's the kind of standard racism, people saying, bad things, provocative things, and maybe even harbor a little bit of racism in their bones. And I think it goes multiple directions, including anti-white racism. But we're talking about cross-burning. We're talking about Klan hoods. We're talking about these organized groups of people out there in these racist endeavors. Apparently, they're being paid for. They're being funded by the very people who claim to be fighting the hate. So how about you just stop fighting the hate, which means donating and building infrastructure for the hate, and then maybe the hate just goes away. But then if that happened, they wouldn't have this tool to wage war against their political opponents all across the country. So we've got the full indictment here queued up. It's a superseding indictment, which means there was already an indictment, but they're slapping another one on here to introduce some new allegations, and they just get even worse than the last one around. And Anna Paulina Luna, the House representative, she said says, okay, so what you're telling me is that the very organization who claimed to be, quote, fighting hate was the one perpetuating it, saying this timeline is insane. But Mike Lee said, you know, base Mike Lee from Utah, couldn't happen to a nicer front group, which is true. So they're manufacturing this so-called racism all across the country. Turns out they're the funders of the racism, which means maybe they're the actual racist. And I don't know how many of these donors knew about it or not, but this is what they do. They manufacture claims when they didn't have anything to say against President Trump back during the first campaign. Hillary Clinton was in the middle of her email scandal. They needed something on Trump. So what'd they do? They made it up. They went and got Hillary Clinton campaign propaganda and fed it to the intel agencies. And then the intel agencies spread it all around the media and said Trump is colluding with Russia, and then impeached him largely in the aftermath of that. So it was made up. It happens in multiple different domains. And of course, we saw it with J6. We saw it with Stormy Daniels. We saw it with E. Jean Carroll. They said Trump was part of an effort to steal elections, made all of that up to throw him off the ballots. It's their entire MO. So why are we surprised that it's happening here? We're not. But here are the details. Now, they write from the DOJ in a fresh superseding indictment. They say the stated mission of this group included the dismantling of white supremacy and, quote, confronting hate all across the country. However, unbeknownst to donors, and I have questions about that, some of their donated money was actually being used to fund the leaders and the organizers of these racist groups, literally, including the Ku Klux Klan. They're paying for them, the Aryan Nations, and the National Alliance. And they had these paid informants. They called them field sources. They went out there and they engaged in the active promotion of racist groups at the same time that the SPLC was denouncing the racist groups on their websites. They also had a field source who was a member of an online chat group that planned the 2017 Unite the Right rally that was in Charlottesville, which became the scandal that was perpetuated across the media, Trump's entire administration. And that was the reason Joe Biden ran for office, as he said, because Trump said there are fine people on both sides, very fine people. Remember that? All a quote that's completely made up. You can read the full thing in context. The very next sentence is, but not the white supremacists. I condemn them totally. They left all that out. So it's all made up. The Southern Poverty Law Center engineers these types of organizations and then smears the people who are responding to them. It's theirs. This guy was in a chat group making the whole thing up, planning it. So that field source also made racist postings under the supervision of the SPLC. So their little lie that this is all like informants, like federal informants or something, is made up. They were coordinating it and paying for it. They also helped to coordinate transportation for the event. In order to covertly pay for these field sources, Fs they call them, they opened bank accounts connected to a series of fictitious entities, and the covert nature of these accounts allowed the SPLC to disguise the true nature, the source, the ownership, and control of the fraudulently donated money, and they paid these racists for it. So in order to keep the scheme going, the Poverty Law Center made a series of false statements related to the operation of the accounts. Now, at all times here, we know who these groups are. It's a 501c3 nonprofit, which is rich, also coming out of Alabama. According to their website, they are a catalyst for racial justice and hardworking communities, and they dismantle white supremacy and more. So to carry this out, they ask for money. They say, give us some money. This is anti-bias material. We're fighting discrimination and more. And they explain to their donors, your support powers our work to confront hate, to stand up for injustice, and blah, blah, blah. And they create these groups. I think Charlie Kirk was on one of them. A hate map, intelligence reports, hate watch, and intelligence project dispatch. This is an interactive map that tracks hate and anti-government groups. There's no ... here. The ones that we're funding and organizing, we know where they're all at because we pay for them. Within the website, users could toggle on various dates. They had an intelligence report that was published by their staff. Hate Watch was a blog. Come track the latest updates. Project Dispatch and more. All of these publications. But this goes back to the 1980s. Since the 1980s, the Southern Poverty Law Center began operating a covert network of individuals who were either associated with violent extremist organizations or who had infiltrated these organizations under their direction. These individuals were referred to by some high-level employees within the Southern Poverty Law Center as field sources, or Fs. Upon entering into an agreement with an F, a field source, so F for field, they assigned each F a unique field number. The SPLC assigned these numbers in chronological order, and then they paid them with that donor money. The donor money that was promised to go stop these groups, they were were propping up the groups and creating infrastructure for them to continue their operations. Without that money, they may not have had any infrastructure to do any of these things. They'd have to go get a real job. They'd have to go, not be racist for a profession because it wouldn't pay. Now, between in or about 2010 all the way through 2023, they secretly funneled, and check this list out, $4.1 million in tax-exempt donor funds, not even paying taxes on it, to a series of fictitious accounts that they'll describe. And the general purpose of these fictitious accounts was to pay Fs, the field sources, who were either leading or affiliated with these violent extremist organizations, VEOs. Fs used the money to do these things. The field sources, the agents of the SPLC, would attend extremist group rallies across the country, host extremist group rallies across the country, grow chapters of these extremist groups, create new chapters of extremist groups. So they're not infiltrating and reporting. They're not sources like a journalist is. I'm a journo, I'm writing a report on you. What's going on? They're creating new chapters. They're recruiting new people into the groups. They're making donations to the group leaders. They purchased materials for cross burnings. Those hate crimes you see, it was them. They paid for it. They purchased materials to make Ku Klux Klan robes and hoods. And then they smear the right as filled with racists and extremists. And we were here during the Christopher Wray era under Joe Biden, and we saw almost once a quarter, it was like a new episode in Bizarro Land, Corrupt America. Christopher Wray would come to Congress and he'd say, you know what the problem is right now? Religiously motivated violent extremists. So what's that? Catholics and their parents at schools. They're haters. Whatever. A new group. And then it was, ideologically motivated violent extremists. And then it was whatever. There was a whole list of them. Every quarter we got a new one, like a new product being released, and they justified it to Congress, and then Congress would say, wow, it's a lot of hate groups. You mean it's election denying, racially motivated violent extremists? It's COVID motivated violent extreme. We got it. So more money being poured out, and it's almost like there's an assembly line, like a sausage factory. The SPLC instigates and develops these hate groups. Then they funnel it over to the government. The government says, we don't want any hate groups. What can you do about that, Christopher Wray? I know. Fund me some more. And we'll continue to build out the FBI, the DOJ, and we'll just go prosecute people that we allege are, pro-life motivated extremists. So they would also create racist paraphernalia that extremist groups sold at rallies, like literally make it, publish extremist literature used in recruiting of more members, and they would pay everyday living expenses. They would subsidize the entire operation, which allowed the Fs, the field sources, to focus on their groups, there you go, rather than even seeking other employment. How can you do this every day? How can you go out there and be a racist we wonder, how do these protesters at these ICE facilities live? Don't they have jobs? Don't they have bills to pay? Don't they have an electric bill? Who's paying for these things? It's groups like this are subsidizing and propping up the whole thing. And then they say it's organic because of Trump. It's because people question the election or question getting jabbed in the neck how many times with some pharmaceutical. It's them. They pay for the whole thing. Employees at the SPLC, including a person who had become the CFO at one point and the person who had become the director, among others, they then created bank accounts in order to fund these entities. They had the Center Investigative Agency called the CIA. They called it Fox Photography, fake. Northwest Technologies, the technology was paying for racism. Tech Writers Group, Rare Books Warehouse, Imagery Inc., J&J Electronics, Kelly's Marine, Turner Personnel, all fraudulent entities to defraud their donors. We're donating to a nonprofit to stop racism. They take the money out. They promise you one thing. Hi, I'd like to donate to stop. Hey, thank you, Grandma. Amazing. We're going to do that. Take your money, put it into a fake bank account, and then pay the racist groups in direct opposition to what you just promised that nice old lady. So these fictitious entities were never incorporated. They had no bona fide employees. They conducted no legitimate business at all. And the banks were also insured by the FDIC. Now, without disclosing any of this to the donors about the true use of a portion of their donos, the SPLC secretly used this money to fund these activities and get a load of this amount of cash. They secretly paid one person, F9, more than $1.2 million in donors' money. This person infiltrated a neo-Nazi organization called the National Alliance while clandestinely receiving donors' money through the Tech Writers bank account. F9 was also literally fundraising for them. So they're subsidizing a fundraising person for a neo-Nazi organization. The money F9 raised helped the National Alliance carry out their extremist activities. And if she wasn't being subsidized, subsidized if she wasn't getting paid from them. Maybe she couldn't do that. $1.2 million for one person. In 2014, the F9 person broke into the headquarters of an extremist organization and stole 25 boxes of documents. F9 transported these documents across state lines from West Virginia to North Carolina. And thereafter, with the knowledge of employee 2, donors' money was used to copy the stolen material, after which F9 broke into the headquarters again and returned the documents. Employee 2 then used copies, knowing that they were stolen, as the basis for a story that was published on Hate Watch. The SPLC then used this story to solicit more donations, and then employee 2 afterwards was paid $6,000 in donors' money to take responsibility for the burglary to another person called F39. So then the SPLC paid F9 for over 20 years. However, in just the time period alleged in this superseding indictment, they secretly paid F9 over $1.2 million. Most of this money was secretly funneled through a fake bank account. Employee 2 also oversaw the payments of the donor money to the various field sources, including F9. Employee 2 was also in a romantic relationship with F9. What? So the Southern Poverty Law Center is indicting neo-Nazis, and you know what I mean by indicting, like Fannie Willis style, like Judge Eleanor Ross style, in her office, in her judicial chambers. So employee 2 is literally boinking F9, who works as a fundraiser for a neo-Nazi organization. Great. So they're not just paying them with cash, they're paying them with some extracurricular activities too. After receiving donated funds via wire in the prior alleged counts, they then transferred them all over the place and laundered them into various accounts, including Fox, Photography, Northwest Tech, and the rest of them. All of these transactions were designed to conceal the true nature of what we were doing, which was paying the agents of the SPLC to continue up the scam. In addition, a portion of these proceeds that had been deposited were deposited in other accounts, and again, all designed to conceal the true nature of what they were doing here. Now, after closure of these fake accounts, they then altered their method of conducting these transactions. And now I think there's a lot of different technology now. Like now they could just make payments in crypto or something. So I doubt it's stopped at all. It's probably gotten a lot more sophisticated than even needing bank accounts. Specifically from in or around August 2020, they used ACH systems to pay with donated funds, all of it designed to conceal the truth of exactly what they were doing here. And so they want any forfeiture of ill-gotten gains and property traceable back to the money laundering. The new indictment dropped, and boy, that was a good one. So it just gets worse for them. And the response to the first indictment was, we're just journalists. These are just sources. They're actual sources, and we're doing investigations. They were paying for materials to go burn the crosses. We saw in here, they're even sleeping with each other. They had people who wanted to get out of the racist hoax factory and said, we want to get out of this. Maybe they were part of bona fide racist organizations. We want out. They said, you're not going anywhere. We'll pay you to continue to be racist. You've got no other skills. You've got no other utility. You can't go get a job at some, reputable location. So just stay there. We'll make sure you're taken care of. We'll pay you to organize these things. And they got flush with cash. We saw the amounts, almost $1 billion, $750 million that they were able to siphon off of their dim-witted, unsuspecting donors.
So
let me ask a question.
Yeah.
Because we're still not done with SPLC. What are your thoughts? Where do you think this goes?
This is definitely leading to something much, much bigger. At the very most, it's going towards the grand conspiracy.
Mm-hmm.
At the next step I could see is in bringing in other NGOs as well, if not LCCDHR.
You mean like Bill Pulte?
Yes, Bill Pulte. Sure, yeah.
Because that's where this is going.
You think so?
You're looking at beneficial ownership. What did we find out about Antifa? Those two women, they were given houses, remember?
Yep.
Beneficial ownership. When you look at the grand conspiracy, because that's where this is all going, they are slowly eroding the network. And I've said from the beginning,
USAID.
SPLC is low-hanging fruit.
Right.
Take this into the executive branch and the legislative branch, both supporting SPLC. What happens when you cross branches of government? You create an outcry. Jamie Raskin. Mark Warner. They're all complaining like there's nobody's business, right?
Yes, absolutely.
This is a threat to democracy, right? But I'm telling you, this is going to get bigger. It's going to get a lot bigger, a lot faster, because just getting into domestic terrorism, once you've hit that rubric, you're off to the races. So look for, I don't know how many more, but what they're doing is they're unpeeling the onion, right?
Yep.
We're now talking about, in this second indictment, domestic terrorism. Trump just happened to sign NISPalm 7. I gave you the link. You might want to throw that up there. So this link is from, I believe it was back in...
Countering Domestic Terrorism and Organized Political Violence. This is
where all of this is coming from, by the way.
This is a presidential memoranda. So this is an executive order, right?
Yes.
National Security Presidential Memorandum for the Secretary of State, Secretary of Treasury, Attorney General, Secretary of Homeland Security. Countering domestic terrorism and organized political violence. You'd think this would have been...
This is that, right?
So this was September 25th. This was less than a month after Charlie Kirk's assassination.
Right. What did we know about Charlie Kirk's assassination? SPLC is involved.
That's right.
So we're not just talking street flavor, rioting and terrorism. Now you got assassination under your belt, right?
Yep.
And if they're involved, now you got to figure out the network that's involved, because they're not doing this on their own. SPLC is a puppet.
Oh, yes.
So they're not doing this on their own.
Whoever's okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. You got George Floyd. I wonder if SPLC and others are behind that.
So if you look at SPM 7, which is what that executive order is, it's the National Security Presidential Memo. Okay.
Okay.
That memo, that National Security Memo, is why you've got Bill Pulte going to DNI. And I will show you that. I'll prove it.
All right.
So when you're looking at SPLC, you've got to stop looking at it as just SPLC. You got to start thinking of all those avenues, right? You've got material support charges, grand conspiracies. You've got cells. You now also are starting to see where the states are talking about state level investigations. So we're going from the federal to the state. This is a massive cleanup across the board.
Yeah, just fed up. Charlottesville is one example of. I mean, just
Charlottesville is only one.
Think of almost every single racial incident,
Summer
racial event,
Summer of Love,
all of them in one. This first section, this first section of this, I'm just speed reading real quick. Gets into a slew of examples, but again, just the tip of the iceberg, really, with respect to the number of events that have taken place in the last 10 years. This political violence is not a series of isolated incidents and does not emerge organically, says this memorandum, guys.
No, they don't.
Instead, it is a culmination of sophisticated. See, again, you think they don't know? You think they're not privy to...
But that's what I'm getting at. You were talking about Bill Pulte being appointed. He's got 210 days. That memo proves they already had it traced and tracked. They're now going to pull the whole thing together. You got a grand conspiracy out of this.
So for the nothing is happening crowd, I just want to remind them something. Again, okay? In this presidential memorandum signed in September 25th, 2025, last year, this political violence, they said, is not a series of isolated incidents. It does not emerge organically. Instead, it is a culmination of sophisticated, organized campaigns of targeted intimidation, radicalization, threats, and violence designed to silence opposing speech, limit political activity, change or direct policy outcomes, and prevent the functioning of a democratic society. A new law enforcement strategy that investigates all participants in these criminal and terroristic conspiracies, including the organized structures, networks, cough, NGOs, entities, whoever is controlling these NGOs. And
let me also
tanks.
remind you when it comes to that entity statement, what is the issue with mortgage fraud, insurance fraud? Can you say IRS filing?
Yeah.
So you got tax evasion.
And money laundering, too.
Money laundering. And he's looking into all of that.
Organizations,
So I'm saying
funding
it's
sources.
all coming to the top.
So funding sources, can we just replace this with Bill Pulte, please?
Yeah.
And predicate actions that are behind them is required. So
Predicate actions behind them.
So again-
Stop and think. What is predicate actions behind them? Another area that Pulte's looking into that he now has complete access to is FARA. We're
which
talking
they're trying to
foreign
do
info.
away with now.
Yeah, and imagine that.
Yeah. So
I'm going to show you something about that too.
Just to wrap this sentence up, just so you guys know, go to the beginning of the sentence. A new law enforcement strategy that investigates all these participants, what's the last two words? Is required. That's what this is
and
about.
I'm going to show you the strategy
That's
tonight.
what this is about. These campaigns often begin by isolating and dehumanizing specific targets. Okay, we already know all this. These campaigns are coordinated and perpetrated by actors who have developed a comprehensive strategy to achieve specific policy goals through radical. Okay, they're kind of repeating themselves here. There are common, recurrent motivations, and indicia. Indicia uniting this pattern of violent terroristic activities under the umbrella of self-described anti-fascism. These movements portray foundational American principles, for example, support for law enforcement and border control as, quote, fascists, to justify and encourage acts of violent revolution. Again, do you think they're not privy to this, guys?
So remember, we started this with all the Act Blue investigations, federal and state. And what was that looking at? Looking at funding. It was looking at both domestic and foreign funding. And so what you've got, and I'll show it to you, but what you've got is this system that's been built to, and you've heard the term, you've heard it used a lot, all of government.
The whole of government, right?
What used to be disparate databases are now joined together. And what did Pulte tell you about FHFA? He brought in who? Who did he bring in?
SpaceX.
Palantir.
Oh, and Palantir. Well, he brought a lot of people in.
But he specifically talked about Palantir and AI integration.
Which is probably why some of the limited hangouts like Whitney Webb have been attacking Palantir.
Right.
Okay.
When you start doing that, remember when Doge was established, it wasn't just Doge at the White House. Every agency had to install a Doge team. Remember? They're still on board. That's still in every agency. They didn't dismantle that part. They dismantled the Elon Musk piece. Why? Because he'd already mapped the government.
Mapped out, yeah.
So now
do you know what happened 3 days prior to this this executive order? What happened? Does anybody remember what happened just 3 days prior to this executive order? I think it was September 22nd. What happened on that day?
That's when, well, if I'm right, isn't that when the after action report came out, right?
I don't remember that, but I was going to say this September 22nd, 2025 is when Antifa was declared a
terrorist
domestic terrorist organization, which is a big deal. It's a big deal, but then it comes down to who. Then they can just change who they identify as.
Now you're talking material support, though. So this is, again, where Pulte comes in, because material support for any of these declared organizations ends up becoming the hook to go after the rest of this stuff. This is why Bill Pulte has to be at DNI. And I'll show you why. But the purpose of me bringing it up is to show you SPLC, it was never a onesie twosie. I told you from the beginning there'll be supersedings. There's still more to come. You still got indictments against the executives that haven't come out yet. They're just charging the organization. They're telling you what the system is made of.
Yes.
So far, both indictments, all you're getting is a rundown of the system that they built.
Of course.
Now, where does that go? That does me no good. I can't put SPLC in jail. I can put people in jail, not a company. But I can dismantle them. I can take their assets.
Right.
And now I need people. And I think that's coming. We just don't see it yet. That's because that's the grand conspiracy.
So let me just prove it. Let me prove it to you guys. Here it says, through this comprehensive strategy, indicator that there is a comprehensive strategy, law enforcement will disband and uproot networks, entities, and organizations that promote organized violence, violent intimidation, conspiracies against rights. That's huge. Conspiracy, key word here. So proving what you just said, that individuals will be attached to the grand conspiracy cases, and other efforts to disrupt the functioning of a democratic society. Section 2, investigating domestic terrorist organizations. The National Joint Terrorism Task Force and its local offices collectively shall coordinate and supervise a comprehensive national strategy to investigate, prosecute, and disrupt entities and individuals engaged in acts of political violence and intimidation designed to suppress lawful political activity or obstruct the rule of law. This strategy, so again, there is a strategy, shall include the investigatory and prosecutorial measures set forth in this section. Wait, prosecutorial measures? You don't say.
Yeah, that's why I told you about. That's why I gave you a couple of names, because I'm going to point out to you that what we're watching be implemented right now is the last phase of this.
The last phase, really? All right.
There's a ton of work that went on before this.
There you go. Now you guys have access to it. I dropped the link to it in both chats. Now, SPLC, Justice Department just secured a superseding indictment against the Southern Poverty Law Center, and it reveals some new bombshells. Robert Gouvier just went through this. So, but reminder: the SPLC raises money by claiming it exists to quote dismantle white supremacy. Again, guys,
they were funding the hate they claimed to hate.
Right.
And it was a funding tool. They literally created the problem, put out donation letters. That's when you've got. What does that tell you about the American society, by the way?
What do you mean?
When you've got to create hate to make money.
Yeah, that we're.
It means that we're a more integrated society.
We're more united than they espouse, obviously.
Right. There isn't a racism problem. I'm not saying there isn't racism, but it is not what's been shoved down your throat all these years.
So this SPLC superseding indictment, which meaning there's already an indictment, and this superseding just means that they're adding more onto this.
They're adding to the indictment.
So.
Well, there's the other part
progress.
of it. You can't it's not just any indictment. They have connective theories. So in other words, the investigation into the first indictment led to a second indictment. And you can see there'll be more supersedings, and then you're going to get hit with a grand conspiracy.
So when they talk about the SPLC, they're also talking about, because you're not going to go after an institution. You got to go after individuals.
You got to go after people.
Right. So how's that going to play out? Are we going to see anything outside of the grand conspiracy case?
I think your field sources at SPLC got picked up during 2020 Summer of Love, and they've been rolling. Okay, doesn't mean they're not held accountable, but they're now whistleblowers effectively. And so I'm sure they're naming names. You had SPLC leadership sitting in the room with them as they texted. Remember?
Yep.
telling them what to say.
I don't know if Chris Doom is out there listening right now. Chris, if you're out there listening, I got a request for you, bro. And that request is, there's a movie, and I can't think of the name. Maybe Marissa or somebody out there, if you want to see if you can find the name of this movie. It's a movie where somebody, I think it was a journalist, infiltrated, quote, KKK or some local white supremacist group. It's supposedly a true story or loosely based on true events, but they made a movie out of it, and it's relatively new. I can't remember the name of the actor, the black actor who plays the leading character, but I want to get my hands on that movie. Maybe that might be a good one to play this weekend for Patriot Theater. Marissa says I'll find it. I know you. I knew you would, Marissa. Thank you.
Black KK Klansman.
What?
It's all one word. Black KK Klansman.
That's the name of the movie.
Came out in 2018.
That sounds about the right time. Was it that obvious?
It's Black K Klansman. It's all one word.
Oh. Why do I feel... Yeah, that's it. We got it, Marissa. Black KK... Oh, Black K Klansman.
K Klansman.
Yeah. Crank calling the Klan scene. I wonder... I wonder if this movie... It's got Adam Driver, Topher Grace. I wonder if this would be has SBLC written all over it.
70s. When did they reform?
There's never been a black.
When did they reform?
In the 70s. Remember, they expanded themselves.
Oh my gosh!
Up in this city, we think you might be the man to open things up around here.
This is definitely the movie I was thinking of.
Hello, this is Ron Stallworth calling. Well, who am I speaking with?
This is David Duke.
Grand Wizard of the Ku Klux Klan. That David Duke?
God. Last time I checked. What can I do for?
Well, since you asked, I hate blacks. I hate Jews, Mexicans, and Irish, Italians, and Chinese. But my mouth to God's ears, I really hate those black rats. And anyone else, really, that doesn't have pure white Aryan blood running through their veins.
I'm happy to be talking to a true white American.
God bless white America. The KKK is planning an attack.
How do you propose to make this investigation?
We'll establish contact over the phone. We'll need a white officer to play me when they meet face to face.
You for the white race, Ron?
Oh, hell yeah. So there becomes a combined Ron Stallworth.
Can you do that?
With the right white man, we can do anything.
I bet the SPLC was behind the making of this
When's the last
movie.
time they let a rookie lead an investigation? Oh, that's right. Never.
Okay, become his friend. Let's get invited back.
So what kind of stuff you guys do?
Cross burnings, marches. This is fixing to be a big year for us.
You ask too many questions. You undercover or something?
We must unite and organize to fight racism.
Are you down for the liberation of black people?
Power to the people.
All power to all the people.
All power to all the people.
That's right, sister.
For you, it's a crusade. For me, it's a job.
You're Jewish. That hatred, doesn't that piss you off?
You're taking this Jew lie detector test.
Why are you acting like you ain't got skin in the game?
I'm telling you, the wars are coming.
White power! Black power!
Knights of the Ku Klux Klan.
That's us. Stallworth Brothers. We're on a roll, baby.
America first.
America first! America first!
If I would have known this was a Klan.
Holy shit.
What did he say?
Did you hear that?
Yeah.
Oh
America
my gosh. I gotta get this movie. Chris, ground controller, Chris Doom, come in.
You're stuttering.
I need this movie. Listen
You're
to what
stuttering.
he says. Listen to what he says.
What did he say? We're on a roll, baby.
America first.
America first! America first!
If I would have known.
Oh my gosh, he said the thing. Oh my gosh.
He
This
said,
was a Klan, dude. I would have taken this mother.
What the hell does America First have to do with race?
I think you got a good predictive programming movie to do.
Oh my gosh, yeah. Oh wow, how did I not find this one earlier? That is painfully obvious. Woo! Okay, all right. So that's interesting.
No kidding.
That's really interesting.
That's what I'm saying. Don't, literally buckle up, settle in. Hot summer are coming.
Okay, I got two more clips here real quick to play here, and then Feisty gets the floor. Scavino dropped this. President Trump with an announcement tonight at the White House. Congratulations at Justice Department DAG Todd Blanche. That was yesterday.
He's acting Attorney General. Tomorrow I'm instructing Dan and everybody else that's involved in that very complicated process, which is going to go, I think, very quickly, that we are going to make him permanent Attorney General. He's acting Attorney General. Tomorrow I'm instructing Dan.
Signaling that's
so, like
a big
I
deal.
said, what that means is Eisenberg has been doing exactly what they needed him to do, because the big step now.
Wait, is that the name?
Eisenberg is DAG. Oh no, he's a Deputy Attorney General for the National Security Division.
But that's the name.
Typically, that his name is Eisenberg.
Okay.
Yes. Typically, that's the role that steps into the DAG position because of what they're investigating, and he's pivotal to the story that I'm going to tell tonight. But the fact that he's nominated Blanche, remember, he had to be comfortable who backfilled Blanche's role as DAG. Which that means is likely that Eisenberg is doing okay. Remember, it's important because the DAG is who does the prosecutions. They're in charge of all the investigations, all of the prosecutions.
Who chooses the DAG?
It's a Senate confirmed position.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
So Blanche was already confirmed.
Yes, he's got a Senate confirmation.
So why the hell does he need to get confirmed as Attorney General then, too?
This is just a
procedural
sticker. Yeah, procedural. It'll be done very quickly
right.
Because he's already got, and I don't remember what his vote passed by. That's going to be interesting because now you've got people that likely voted for him the first time around are going to not vote for him this time around because they're anti-Trump.
All right. And this is what John Solomon had to say regarding the raid of Mar-a-Lago.
They raided Donald Trump's home because they had to cover up what happened all the way back to 2015 and 16. That's what that grand conspiracy. That's what the
Hillary.
I went all through that.
Mm-hmm.
One of the timelines I went through was to go through that whole thing from 2015 all the way up.
Mm.
And he's absolutely right. We got to go back to 2015. But I'm also going to bring up the fact that they had all these false charges against Trump, which brings in the SPLC umbrella, the LCCHR umbrella.
Mm.
Remember, they went after him at the state level in New York for fraudulent education, if you recall, which wasn't true.
Yeah.
Then, of course, you had all those women that all backed down. Stormy Daniels actually lost in a court in Texas and owed Trump an obscene amount of money. And now you got E.G. Carroll under investigation for perjury because LinkedIn's CEO funded half her campaign, and it begs the question.
Yeah,
well,
it's not just about that, though. It's not just about perjury.
No, it's not just about that,
her.
but that's what opened.
Yeah,
it's what opened the case is having to do with him, but he didn't fund the whole thing, and that gets back into again foreign infusion of cash.
Right.
So we're what you're seeing, you're watching everything come to the surface. Everything is rising together. And whatever that grand conspiracy case is, whether it's out of Florida, D.C., it doesn't matter. Whatever that grand conspiracy case is going to be a barn burner. And I think it's going to shock a lot of people.
You know, a lot of people think that case has already taken place. A lot of people in our community, by the way.
That can't be true, but okay.
They think, yeah, no, that's what I said too. They honestly think that it's already happened. It's already proceeded. We already got results from it, which is impossible.
That can't be true.
It's impossible.
Yeah.
Thank you by the way, shout out to Sojourney with a $5 Rumble Rant.
Let's get ready to rumble.
And Sojourney says, bring back Bubbles. Oh, Bubbles, don't be like that, Bubbles.
Okay, they did these things. So there's an intel, there's a portion of the intel, CIA, FBI, whoever they are, the Department of Justice, wherever they came from.
That's right.
But they're acting on behalf of whom?
I'm going to say Barack Obama is the head of the conspiracy when they're done. He'll be an unindicted co-conspirator if they get all the evidence that they think they're
a co-conspirator
going to get from the agency.
Why unindicted co-conspirator? Isn't that interesting?
In July was hanging a fake Russian Shigley, allowed his administration to pursue a case. After the election, he was told that Vladimir Putin didn't interfere in the election to help Donald Trump, and he got it reversed and had it, even though the Intelligence Committee didn't agree, they changed it. On January 5th of 2017, 15 days before Donald Trump was in office, about to come into office the first time, they sat in a room and said, hey, the FBI has concluded Mike Flynn is an innocent man. How can we make him a guilty man? The president sat in that meeting with the FBI. He didn't belong in a meeting like that. Barack Obama set in motion. Now, was he trying to help Hillary Clinton win the election? Of course. Where this all ends, I think I would not be surprised if before the end of the summer you saw Barack Obama get a grand jury subpoena. I would not be surprised.
Wow.
Remember, he has immunity.
Okay, two things I want to say. First of all,
he can't claim the fifth.
And the other thing.
Something you're always cautioning about. Of course, he is couching an opinion. Well informed.
He's stating it as fact. Well, not that part.
No, he didn't say that. He says, I'm going to say.
Yeah.
He doesn't confirm.
Not that part,
But what's interesting is his use of the term unindicted co-conspirator. If he, in fact, is the top dog that was where the conspiracy was hatched, unindicted co-conspirator isn't true. Will Barack Obama get a subpoena from a grand jury? That is highly likely. I think it's highly likely.
I don't think so.
I think it's questions. I think it's Q&A. I don't think it's an indictment. He can be brought in to answer some questions. I do think that's highly likely.
Okay. All right. Now, let's see. That brings me to... Where is it here? Bill Pulte. I have another clip to set this up for you. But where is it? Damn it. Where is it? Oh, actually, I got more on this SPLC thing, too. I got the BS Now talking about Trump appoints Bill Pulte as acting DNI despite no apparent intel experience. And one of the reasons why I grabbed this was to see their response to this. Because I feel like that's what's very telling. But while I look for it, the new acting director of national intelligence, Bill Pulte, previously brought in Palantir to stop fraud as director of the Federal Housing Finance Agency. And I'll let him say the rest here.
Very actively on it. I appreciate the question. If you look at my Twitter feed, if you look at my testimony, we have made mortgage fraud a huge priority since the beginning. I didn't know any of these people were committing mortgage fraud when I, came on the job. I mean, I had heard about, different public reports and stuff like that. But, the amount of referrals, I am shocked now that I'm in office with how much mortgage fraud has gone on. So we have taken, I saw today,
have you actually taken
on another
formal
network.
legal action?
Hold on, let me finish. I heard on another network, they said, well, can't you use AI to do this? That's
AI?
exactly what we did.
Okay.
We did months ago. We went, we partnered with Palantir at Fannie Mae. We held a massive press event, and we said, look, everybody beware. We are looking for mortgage fraud. We brought in Palantir. We have made tremendous efforts globally across the population, across the data set of loans from Fannie Mae.
Yeah.
And it's startling to me that because you have one Fed governor, you try to make an excuse for it instead of saying this is wrong.
Yeah.
This is prosecuted every day of the week for other people.
How many refer?
So, and then we have Trump's response to this. He was asked about this today. And here is his response. Trump says Pulte isn't permanent pick for national intelligence chief after GOP pushback.
Just a few days ago that you're naming Bill Pulte as the acting director of national intelligence. There's been a little bit of a pushback from some Senate Republicans.
Some?
Why do you think, Mr. President, he's the best person for the job?
Republicans
Well, he's
too.
very smart. He's a person who's got high integrity. He's done a phenomenal job at Fannie Mae, Freddie Mac. You probably have $1 trillion in value there. When he took over, it was much less. And I guess I'm responsible for that too, because everybody wanted me to sell it in my first term for 10% of what it's worth right now. If I would have sold it, we would have lost $900 billion. We would have lost, think of it, it's probably worth $1 trillion. And I was offered, people want me to sell it at $100 billion, a very small percentage of what it's worth now. So, and he built it up a lot, did a great job. And it's an acting position. It's not a permanent. He's not going to be permanent because, I don't think he'd want to be permanent.
Scaramucci model,
but
maybe?
he's a very smart guy, and he may find out some things about the rigged
You'll see why in a
elections,
little
et cetera, et cetera. I think he'd...
What did he say? What did he say just now?
I didn't hear it. I was answering your question.
It's not a permanent. He's not going to be permanent because, I don't think he'd want to be permanent. But he's a very smart guy, and he may find out some things about the rigged elections, et cetera, et cetera. I think he'd like to do
that's
it.
what I
I'd like
pinned
to-
on earlier
I
when
think
I
he
sent
wants
that to you.
do it very much. Got a lot of energy. But he'll be very good. Again, it's not a permanent position. Right. We're interviewing people right now, but it's somebody just to take it over for a little while.
Okay, we don't need to go any further in that one. Let me answer a question because it's burning. It's not a permanent position. He gets 210 days, which takes him to January 27th. From July 1st, takes him to January 27th.
Mm-hmm.
Gets him past the opposition, which means he must be very hopeful about the midterms. Gets him to a place where he can nominate a DNI. And remember, I was telling you, that is not a position the Senate leaves open. It's not it's not a protracted confirmation process. It's usually one of the first positions to be confirmed.
Yep.
So the fact that he's coming in for this 210 days, because that's his maximum, and he's not permanent, which I knew he wouldn't be, tells you he's coming in for a specific role because of a specific set of keys that he's being given.
A specific set of keys.
Something he doesn't have at
Access to. Oh, so okay.
Yeah,
it's about
access.
having.
He doesn't
access,
have
okay.
access to a lot of this stuff in the agency.
So it looks like he's going to definitely be taking on the mission of exposing 2020 voter/election fraud.
No. He's not taking on the mission. He's going to uncover the network that was behind it. There's a big difference.
New DNI head who will continue Tulsi Gabbard's mission of exposing 2020 voter fraud.
Yeah, they took what Trump said. He may uncover things about election fraud. Is what he said. And so people are taking that the next place. But if you're in a position to and you got to look at you'll see it in the slides, but if you're in a position to see how all these networks come together, all of the whole picture, then what you're exposing is the network, not necessarily the voter fraud itself. You're exposing the system that was built to produce voter fraud or election fraud. We got to use the right term. People keep conflating it. Just dropped. It's insane.
Okay. Let me grab. Okay, so this. Where is it here? You got to hear Mark Warner again. Another today again. There was like 3 videos he put out yesterday. Just screaming about Pulte. He's nervous.
Rage posting now.
He's really nervous, guys.
Look at the yellow tie. He's contagious.
He's really, really nervous, guys. Check this out.
President Trump chose not as mortgage lender, but as the nation's top intelligence official, an individual who, even in the mortgage job, has shown a willingness to pursue political retribution. This role is too important to be filled by a part-time, unqualified individual. And if only
Senator's time has expired.
Only half of the Republicans who've expressed private concern on this will vote, we'll get way over.
Senator's time has expired.
President Trump chose not.
So he took what little time he had there to talk about what again?
Mm-hmm.
Really? Okay. All right. Now,
So what you're seeing is justifiable fear, though. Where do you see why? Sean, I can pull it all together for you. Wait till you see why.
I oftentimes find it very telling whenever you listen to the opposition.
Mm-hmm.
And, okay, specifically for me, one person who I love to listen to is this individual in the top left-hand corner. You know who that is? The deep state mop-up man.
Yeah, he's the cleanup guy.
Candelanian, right there.
Yes.
They send him right in every single time they need to clean up on aisle deep state. So I like to listen to him, and that can be oftentimes a big indicator for me what to expect. This whole group of people. Let me just make sure we're all caught up in the Go Pills. And then thank you again, General Buford. We got Conserva Chris. Who we got in the lead right now? Andy B2's got the lead. So first place only by 17 Gold Pills. Just Fed Up is in second with 400. Actually, there's almost a tie. It's pretty close for first place. Andy B2 and then Just Fed Up with Sly Park is tied for 400. Thank you guys for your support. Thank you to Sojourney over there for $5 Rumble Rant. What just happened? Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me?
Nope, I saw it coming. I was watching. Stream connected, reconnected, disconnected.
My internet's perfect right now. It's not me.
Poof, you're gone.
I don't.
First you froze, then you're gone.
My internet is perfect.
Told you I've been having a lot of trouble lately.
Maybe they're getting really nervous.
It's that grand conspiracy. They're afraid of exposure.
Yeah, maybe they're really nervous, guys. Did I freeze up? Okay, 5x5 still in there.
No, you're doing fine now. But
are we glowing at all over on Rumble?
Sojourney says you're glow.
Yeah, internet speed test. Yeah, look at this. I'm up over a gig right now. It's incredible. All right, we're 5x5. All right.
Yep.
All right, guys. Let me share. I forgot to share with you.
It's OBS. I know it's OBS.
Stop it.
It is OBS.
No, that's not true.
It is true.
You're just big mad because you haven't figured it out. All right, check out these cast of characters feigning the proper amount of outrage over this Bill Pulte selection, and then Feisty's going to blow you guys' minds. Sit tight, Patriots. We got a lot in store for you.
So, Ken, Pulte is a business executive. He's a staunch Trump ally. Does he have any experience for this role as acting DNI?
Another day, Anna, another jaw-dropping announcement from Donald Trump. No intel experience that we're aware of or that is apparent from his resume. He's 38 years old. As you said, he's been involved in making criminal referrals about mortgage fraud regarding some of Donald Trump's political foes, including Representative Adam Schiff and Letitia James, the Attorney General of New York. And in the Truth Social post announcing this appointment, Donald Trump said he didn't reference any intelligence experience. He said that William has deep experience managing the most sensitive matters in America, the safety and soundness of markets. I don't know what to say to that. There is a provision in the law that requires the Director of National Intelligence to have significant intelligence experience. A lot of Democrats believe that Tulsi Gabbard didn't qualify for that, but at least Tulsi Gabbard had been a military officer, had some foreign affairs experience. You know, this was a post that was created after 9/11, an office designed to connect the dots, to stitch together the various strands of intelligence. It has really fallen out of grace, particularly in the Trump administration. There are people now that think that it should be disbanded, essentially. The CIA is playing the primary role in both gathering and analyzing and pulling together intelligence in the Trump administration. And now you have Donald Trump appointing this person with not only no intelligence experience, no apparent foreign policy experience to this role in the acting capacity. It's just another strange day in the Trump administration.
I think that's why we are all asking why, Jake. What went into this decision behind the scenes there at the White House, and why have him do two jobs?
Yeah, I mean, to echo Ken there, what we can't say definitively is really point to any expertise in terms of national intelligence that Pulte may have. What we can say confidently is Bill Pulte has positioned himself as someone who is an incredibly loyal individual to Donald Trump, which we know in this administration carries significant weight. Look, he was chairing
You use the term loyalty when you haven't done your research,
nothing
guys.
to do with national intelligence, but repeatedly, Pulte, throughout Trump's second administration, has very publicly pushed for the prosecution of some of Trump's enemies. One of those most famously was Letitia James. He did that from the Oval Office months back. Officials say that Pulte has positioned himself in a way that he talks with Trump regularly. He's someone that has very privately and publicly been incredibly loyal to President Trump. This is also someone who officials say has sometimes angered folks within the Justice Department because of how publicly he has pushed for the weaponization of political enemies of President Trump, despite any really routine evidence being clearly stated there. So this is something that what we don't know at the moment is this a plan for the president to eventually move him to appoint him to a full-time position? Of course, that'll be incredibly difficult for him to get that confirmation necessary. But this is something that the president, in the meantime, it seems believes is going to help him get the information he wants quicker from within the government. And to your question, too, I'll just add about having him, serve as the head of Fannie Mae, Freddie Mac, while also national intelligence, that necessarily hasn't stopped Trump and other pieces of his administration. Marco Rubio, as we know, actively holding 3 roles right now. So it's unclear the foolproof strategy of President Trump right now. But this is someone who is loyal to Trump. We know how much weight that carries in this administration.
That's right. And Rob, as Ken mentioned, Tulsi Gabbard was already a controversial pick in this role. And now Trump has chosen someone who is at the center of his effort to use executive power to target his perceived political adversaries. Is that going to rebuild confidence within the intelligence community?
No, not at all. The people who've been working it for decades and their entire lives. And you see someone come in that has absolutely zero experience. As Ken said, Tulsi wasn't even really considered qualified for the job, but she was a military officer. She had time on the Hill, and that's important because OD&I is coordinating over 18 different agencies, over 100,000 people involved in it. The people who run those agencies are still going to be the experts. And the people on the Hill are going to go to those people and not him because they know. But I think what you saw down in Georgia when Tulsi Gabbard was at a criminal search warrant for voting information from Fulton County showed that she was willing to do certain things. And I think the loyalty is the biggest thing. And why you have someone doing 2 jobs is you can't find enough loyal people that will do anything to fill them. I think that's why Mark Rubio is doing 3, and now he's going to be doing 2. It takes confidence out of the OD&I position. I think it is a position that doesn't need to be there any longer. It was a offshoot from 9/11, and him filling it just kind of shows that it really isn't a position that anyone needs to be in that has any experience.
Well, we know also this is a president who likes to have acting whatever, right? The big roles filled by acting folks because they don't need confirmation, and it gives him a little bit more room, I guess, to sort of do as he will. Rebecca, Pulte took this relatively low-profile role as the director of the Federal Housing Agency and turned it into this notorious sort of position by targeting Lisa Cook and Adam Schiff and Letitia James with these mortgage fraud investigations. And now to put him in charge of the entire U.S. intel apparatus, does that raise any concerns for you about how he'll wield this power?
Yeah, absolutely it does. I mean, politicization is dangerous from multiple perspectives, and it always threatens in a certain way the expertise that comes out of the agency and also faith in whatever fact-finding. And in this particular context, I think that's especially concerning because national security is at stake and also democratic principles, because somebody in this position, if they were to truly wield their power, could ultimately direct national intelligence against political enemies, essentially, sort of targeting groups within the United States that are dissenters, and that, obviously threatens basic democratic values about dissent and the value of, people being able to speak out against the particular government. And I don't know whether that's part of the purpose of this appointment, but it's certainly a concern one would have if he actually, managed to gain control over this vast mechanism.
And this timing, of course, is all interesting. Any reaction there on the Hill, Michael, from Republicans? Would he have any support to be confirmed in this role permanently?
We haven't heard anything yet, Anna. Obviously, this is still a developing story. Folks are still funneling into the building. But certainly if President Trump tries to install Bill Pulte in a permanent position, in a permanent way for Director of National Intelligence, he could face an uphill battle. That's because you're certainly not going to get any Democratic support, given the fierce pushback we saw to those mortgage fraud referrals, also the fact that he hasn't served in an intelligence position. But you could also face some issues with Republicans. The first stop that his nomination would be the Senate Intelligence Committee. It's made up of 9 Republicans and 8 Democrats, which means that if just one Republican votes against advancing his nomination, that could block him from advancing. And you have 2 Republicans that I'll be keeping a close eye on that panel. Susan Collins, the moderate Republican from Maine, who is, of course, no stranger to breaking from President Trump. She doesn't ever shy away from criticizing him. And then you also have John Cornyn, who's sort of now untethered from the political atmosphere and the political pressures that come as being a Republican up on Capitol Hill, given he just lost his primary, did not get President Trump's endorsement. Cornyn is also on the Senate Intelligence Committee, so we'll certainly be looking for those 2, in addition to others, to see how they feel about this nomination. Because, again, if President Trump were to push Bill Pulte in a permanent capacity, he would first have to face the Intelligence Committee. Susan Collins and John Cornyn could hold this up.
Right. He's already facing a lot of pushback on Capitol Hill over another issue, and I can't help but wonder if this is to detract from that other issue involving his nearly $1.8 billion DOJ settlement fund. And, Jake, we're learning that the administration is dropping the plan for this fund. Is it gone for good?
Yeah, Anna, it's a good question, because what we do know is that the president has been privately behind the scenes looking to potentially drop this fund for the past few days now, even though it was only announced by the Department of Justice a couple of weeks ago. This is something Trump knew was going to be wildly unpopular. And to be clear,
these guys
was
don't
wildly
get
unpopular,
Trump at
even
all.
amongst congressional Republicans who pushed back privately and publicly. This is something that also top Trump aides, according to White House officials that spoke to my colleague Jackie Alamany, say was not something that they could get behind. This was something really tough to defend publicly. To the question of, is it gone for good? I think there's a little devil in the details there that's still unclear, because whenever we reach out to the White House to clarify, is this dead altogether, this weaponization fund to the tune of $1.8 billion, they point us to the Department of Justice's statement that came out yesterday, where they clarify that they disagree with that district judge's court ruling, but say instead they're going to adhere to the court. That court hearing date is going to be on June 12th. And so if the White House plans to fight the courts here, that's something that's still unclear. But what we're being told at this moment from White House officials is, for now, the weaponization fund is dead. But that for now is really key.
Yeah, and Rebecca, we don't really know at this point what it means for the other part of this settlement deal, which was this immunity from any ongoing tax audits for Trump and his family and his businesses. So we're still working on the reporting on that. But how do you see this? Because there was the revived court proceedings over this whole IRS lawsuit to begin with, and how this settlement fund came to be. Will any of that legally proceed?
You know, it's quite confusing because in a certain way, this is sort of extra legal. It's outside of the legal system because it doesn't adhere to our normal expectations of how a settlement ought to function, how a court case ought to function. We don't normally have, a party, essentially Donald Trump, suing his own DOJ for having done something back when he controlled the Department of Justice. Very confusing. So when you have what you have is courts trying to apply their normal processes to an abnormal situation, which makes it any kind of prediction sort of difficult. But it seems to me like these cases will probably proceed because there hasn't been any official action that undermines the case in front of them.
So a judge could decide to see it through and ultimately determine whether there was ethical or other types of violations?
They could, unless there's some kind of more official dropping of the case. I mean, essentially, what the government has said is so unclear that they're adhering to that. Well, of course, one normally adheres to a court's decision. So what does that mean? If that means you're actually, dropping your position, well, that is something different. And I'm not exactly sure how that would procedurally go forward, but that's not exactly what they said. They just said they're adhering. So if you adhere to a court decision, then the court simply moves forward with what's going on. If you're adhering and you're no longer contesting, then that's a different story. But the language is vague here, and it's a little bit hard to figure out what that means from a legal perspective.
Can I talk to the fund for a second?
Yeah, you can talk to anything you want.
When that first got announced a couple of weeks ago, we looked it up. And I had said to everybody, I didn't know. And I consider myself fairly well informed about governmental machinations. Mm-hmm. I knew that there were funds available for lawsuits against the government, but I didn't know that it was a continually appropriated set of funds. It always held a certain amount of money, between $1 and $2 billion. So when Trump announced it, I had said to everybody, wasn't aware of the way this fund was working, and we had dug into it. I said, I'll bet you it goes away or it's going to be greatly changed. I wonder if Trump did this to get exposure into the fact that the federal government has been quietly solving really serious legal actions against the government. And now we see it's gone away. I think that may be what this whole exercise was about. What that also means is if you're a person who's been victimized by the government, doesn't mean you don't have action. It means it takes on a different
form altogether.
Right.
This is what Johnny was alluding to the other night, too, that he didn't think that this was, he initially didn't think that this was the end-all, be-all on the 1.7 or 1.9 billion.
1776.
Billion. You didn't think that was the end of it, that it would take on a different form?
It's going to take on a different form because I don't think when all is said and done, there's a couple of questions that a lot of us had in the chat room. And one of them is it taxpayer dollars? And I said, what I would like to see? Some of the asset forfeitures that are happening be used as restitution. And that may be one of the forms that, different forms that we're looking for, is that they're going to fix how it's done rather than coming out of our back pockets, that the victims get restitution through the asset forfeiture piece. Because typically when assets are forfeited, they go into an escrow account until the case is done. And you're talking grand conspiracy, it's an automatic forfeiture of everything, right? So those funds go into an escrow account, assets, everything. When the case is done, the government then petitions the court to have them released, and they go straight to the Treasury.
Oh.
They don't go back to the person. They don't go back to the victims. They have to file other lawsuits. So my thought is, and has been, that we're going to see a change in how that's handled. What Congress did is they used to, kind of like FEMA, they used to do this in such a way where each case was independently funded. Then they said, nah, the heck with this, which tells you a lot of cases started coming up, right?
Yeah.
They said the heck with this, and they now have an annual appropriations, doesn't even get contested. So it was new to me, not the fund per se, but its construct.
Okay.
And so I'm looking at
so
it
what
going,
the hell does Bill Pulte have to do with that?
Because he's finding victims.
He's finding victims?
There's victims in what he's understanding, yes.
Of the weaponized government.
Not just weaponized government, but you're looking at a complete... This gets bigger fast, okay? You're you're looking at a complete apparatus that's been built since 2008, where you're now connecting what were seemingly disconnected databases. Now they're all interconnected.
Which 2008, it's an interesting year because that's arguably when so much popped off. That are obviously we all know that's when Obama was first elected. Or
Well,
when
the
his first
crash
term,
happened.
and then the crash,
Crash happened right before the election. Remember, it happened in September.
and everybody blamed
And then
Bush.
we had the $700 billion was before the election. And then a second bailout in February or March after he takes
again,
office.
another indicator that Pulte is the right choice for this period of time because arguably started right during the crash, the whole housing market.
Right.
Which, that makes me wonder, did Carney play a role in that? Because I know we know that on 4 different occasions, Mark Carney played a role in trying to destroy the U.S.
dollar.
Was that one of them, I wonder?
Well,
or maybe
yes,
we need to dig into that.
Well, I kind of did. I didn't go all the way in. I started with 92, where Soros tried to destroy the pound.
Yeah.
And I came forward with that.
Yeah.
Then that's another dig in my head is in that space. So forgive me. But
Francine62 says, with Pulte using Palantir, it's going to happen faster, too?
it's already, that big pieces are done. You'll understand in a minute. You'll understand.
Don't have to
in a
waste
minute.
any more time. Take it away.
Okay, so there you go. That's my first slide. Because everybody's arguing whether or not he's actually qualified for the position, right?
So yeah, but everybody's automatically thinking, okay, that's just their go-to because they got nothing else to say about him and what he's
well, no,
going
what
to
they're
do.
using is he's a loyalist.
Right. Well, that.
And that's what you use when you don't do your shit and research, right? Yeah. They're saying he's loyal to Trump, and that's all they're focusing on is his loyalty to Trump. In fact, I've even seen them call him a rabid loyalist, right? So, but the question really isn't about, I think it's the wrong question to be asking, because he was already vetted, he's Senate confirmed to FHFA. So the more interesting question then is, why is someone whose background is in mortgage finance, insurance fraud, any kind of fraud detection, ownership records, housing market, why is he suddenly relevant?
Nobody in the chat,
discussion?
nobody in the audience, nobody who's paying even a lick of attention is connecting, is saying, okay, what the hell does the housing market have to do, or the FHA, which a lot of people take out FHFA loans to purchase a house.
Right.
Or I think,
and it's an $8 trillion market. So
it's an $8 trillion market, which arguably is another way to launder illicit funds through
well, that's where this comes
mortgaging.
in, because if you look at this slide, what you're seeing is a.
So could that be a way that congressmen and senators have been compromised and how they end up being
Well,
owned?
you're going to have to let me know what you think when I get towards the end. There's not a lot of slides.
And,
just so
and
you
the
know.
other thing, the last thing I want to say too is, in terms of a bigger, because you said this, that it's leading to something much larger, much bigger. We don't really have a frame of reference of anything that large in scale.
This is huge.
Of accountability.
This is absolutely huge.
Okay.
But the grand conspiracy case itself is huge. So one of the things you've got to remember is it's not even about, since 2008, we've been chasing the money, right? Chasing the money. But that's transactional. And sometimes things are happening that you can't see the transaction. Right? The beneficial ownership, $1 properties. In 2026, it took on a design, actually started in 25, but in 2026, we're now following the ownership. And that comes with the beneficial ownership mandates that have come out. And that information is being leveraged both from a legal perspective and from a government policy perspective, which is why Russ Vought is a part of this. Remember, Tulsi and Russ Vought are working together on a number of initiatives.
Yeah.
So what you see when you now have, look at this, we're
But you might need
illicit
to
activity.
remind people, Russ Vaught.
He's the head-
Who is Russ Vaught? Just for
Russ
folks.
Vaught is the head of the Office of Management and Budget, and that's a very important office.
OMB, yeah.
Yes. OMB is, it's the place, right?
That's high in the totem pole.
They're in execution and leverage mode, right?
Yeah.
So they will take any of the information that comes out and they turn around and make it a part of public policy. But remember where they sit, because he's got full budget authority. He has full regulatory review. He looks at agencies from a performance management perspective. So he has program oversight. He's also coordinating interagency. His job is to help reduce redundancies and the backlog or the bloat, if you will. But it answers some key questions because of where he sits. He could answer the question as to who received federal funding. He answers the question as to why or should programs continue. He can answer the question as to which contracts do we keep going and which contracts.
Russ Vaught, Jen.
Russ Vaught.
Okay.
It's a it's one of the more important positions within the executive branch.
Okay.
So he also makes determinations as to which regulations stay in force. So think about that from the perspective of where he sits, because he's got insight into a lot of data that cross-agency is hard to get. And because of that position, he's very interested in what's going on here, because his next job is to use it as leverage. He can take what they find and he can rewrite contracts. He can nix contracts. He can fund others and not fund some others. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yep,
He's sitting at a crossroad that's very, very important in the grand scheme of things. But what you're looking at here is the system that's been built since 2008. And now the system is fully integrated. And notice what we're doing here. We're looking for illicit activity.
What
We're
do you
looking
mean
at
now the system? You said it's been in place since 2008.
No, they've been integrating the databases. This is where Doge came in.
Oh.
This is why Doge was necessary. Doge mapped the government, and now these databases are integrated. This is why you're seeing things come out faster. This is why Scott Bessent gets in front of the camera and says, we just locked up several more wallets, crypto wallets, because now they can see transactions in real time.
Okay. Wow. Let's go.
So what
Holy
you're seeing...
shit. So this just put the whole government in Cash App.
Yes.
Holy shit.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So for anyone else, just to get everybody up to speed. So for anyone else, this is the big aha moment for me is if anybody ever sends money to anybody on Cash App, right, it's instantaneous. But you don't think about it because we kind of been doing it for a while and it's just become second nature. But our whole government wasn't operating like that.
No, we were not on the blockchain.
It was all paper-backed. It was
and
all
we knew
for miles, right?
Because of the fact that the Doge team was using Python, I knew they were using AI.
That's old school. Python's old school.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter.
Okay.
It's the insight. What does Python give you? It's one of the languages used in developing AI.
Right.
So I knew where this was going. They were mapping the entire government. And from that mapping, remember, there's a Doge team in every agency. So what are you getting? Integration.
Oh, okay. All right. Now, okay.
You see how this whole thing comes together.
Yeah.
So bringing back Bill Pulte, when you're looking at a system that has all of, it shouldn't have taken very long
to backlog all of everything. Damn.
If you recall in the beginning, one of the problems that government employees were complaining about is they were mapping the agency before they could even breathe. It was happening split second.
Holy cow.
Because of what AI was doing. They were watching this very complex, very opaque system. Just the spider web just went away. The entire agency would be mapped in a matter of hours. Okay. And it was really freaking people out, if you recall back in the beginning.
Yeah, but I'm just wondering, how the hell do they take actual documents, paper documents, and upload them?
It is an auction.
Are we scanning
Government's
it all?
we've had the Paperwork Reduction Act in place for many, many years, by the way. Everything's already systematic.
Oh.
Look at any contract coming out of the federal government. It says Paperwork Reduction Act. There's still a hard copy, many hard copies, but it has to be in computer form as well.
I gotcha. Okay. All right.
So you've got now a system that is much more integrated. Like I said, you've got sanctions you can look at. You've got the intelligence community. I'm going to save that for a minute. Foreign intelligence influence. Now, because of the FARA database being connected, you can look at foreign influence. That's a big key. Over here at housing, he's looking at ownership, right? Beneficial as well. One of the things they did is they reduced the regulation, because what they did is they said, okay, we'll give you beneficial ownership for everybody and everything. And what they did is they did a document complexity, right? Because now you're overdated. And so what they did under the Trump administration after he comes in is they stopped adhering to the Transparency Act that Congress put in place and rewrote how they're going to do it. And it went just to the important nodes, suspicious activity, which they're getting out of FinCEN, which is the SARS and the Bank Secrecy Act databases, all of that. So they're taking the ownership and the money. They've now connected them. Look at this one. Beneficial ownership is all a part of this, because now we're getting, and I forgot to put tag on it. I'm sorry I did that. But you're now able to look into who actually owns a particular asset. Okay. And then, of course, you got federal contracts. That's a big deal, because you've got a lot of...
you got stakeholders and shareholders for beneficial ownership.
Yes.
Okay. Then federal contracts, which is a big deal.
The key to remember is this role right here doesn't have a security clearance.
Housing data is the only one out of all these that doesn't have a security clearance.
He does not have a security clearance.
That would be Bill Pulte.
So he would be a priority clearance. A priority clearance, I can tell you, because I've had one, takes about 60 to 70 days total.
Okay.
They could do it. So in other words, they were probably have already given him a clearance. He's probably already gone through the process. So, but the thing to keep in mind here, the reason why his appointment is generating so much attention is because if he stayed at housing, the story would largely remain within the housing piece, right? It doesn't get any bigger. But if he simultaneously occupies the D&I position, he now can integrate all these databases. He has insight into all of those. So he's actually the one that's pulling in. Remember what D&I does? They set the investigation priorities. He's pulling in all the data. He's connecting the dots. So that's the big deal here, because as in that role, he's no longer a disinterested or just detached party.
Okay, so what Feisty just said, I think, is ODNI's got multiple roles. They do multiple things, but one of the more important ones is they set the investigations, you said?
Well, they set the intelligence priorities.
So they prioritize. Well, they get the briefing with the president.
Well, they're the ones that produce that briefing, but from the briefing, the president, they're the ones.
Helps
D&I
them prioritize.
Yes, D&I is the one that establishes the intelligence priorities across the 18 IC directorates.
Is that 18th one military intelligence, by the way?
Well, there's several military intelligence, but when we got Space Force, which is a part of the IC, made it 18.
Oh, okay.
So you've got this thing here with a guy who was pretty much fenced in up here, now unleashed right here. Now I'm going to ask you a question. Mortgage records are good. Insurance records are good. Ownership structures are good. Financial disclosures are good. He can get all of that at housing. What if I added to that insight into trusts, corporations, partnerships, real estate holding companies that would be found in these areas, right? What if I could add in communications? FISA works both ways. Communications between somebody here, somebody there, foreign intelligence? What if I could add in that somebody got a contract as a payout to an LLC that's actually a shell company? What if I could add to this any kind of handshaking that's going on behind the scenes, kickbacks and the like, and I could see all of the relationships, not just transactional, but everything else.
And it's
one of the big
mapped,
things
it's
he's got access to is the 702 database. Remember?
Remind folks about the 702 database.
That's where all the FISA data is stored.
Where all the FISA data. What could be something important that could be found in a
Well,
in
if I'm said senator who's been talking to, I don't know, Hezbollah, or maybe City of London, and somebody was having a conversation with said senator, and we stalled certain bills.
So I'll remind everybody, a FISA application, right, is often filled out by like really anybody, but FBI, say for
FBI
instance.
normally, no, you got all of your agencies can do a FISA.
Of course, that's
But what does he have? What's his unique skill as DNI? He can unmask. If there's reason to believe there's something hanky going on there, he can do the unmasking.
Some people, it's been a while since they heard the term unmasking.
That's when you have collection of data and U.S. persons are supposed to be masked. In other words, you're not supposed to give their names out. But if you can infer from that data that U.S. person may be included in a crime based on a communication, what have you, you unmask that name.
Publicly? Or is there a process to that?
There's a process for it, and it's still kept confidential, but it's part of an investigation.
So I don't understand the difference between how could that not be the case prior?
He had no access up here.
Yeah, Bill Pulte didn't.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But he's bringing what he found here to here.
So, in other words, Bill Pulte found stuff there, had to have.
What did he say in that video? I wasn't prepared for the amount of fraud and insurance, mortgage and insurance fraud there was. Remember, he said it. You just played the video.
Damn, this is gonna be crazy, man.
So now what we've got, moving into this role,
this is gonna be
he can connect, get more clarity into ownership visibility.
Yeah.
He can get financial intelligence. He can get foreign influence information. And the procurement relationships, whether it's trade, contracts, what have you, he gets all of that.
Yeah.
He can see the foreign influence, but he can see all the relationships. Like I said, following the money is transactional. But if you have access to some intel records, you can actually map the network.
Like, for instance, we know that, we need to put Big Tish's fat ass in prison. Shout out to Mike Davis. All right, we know about her housing or her fraud, her mortgage fraud, but we also know that or suspect that
Well, you know that there's mortgage fraud. Well, you don't know who's the other party.
I was getting to that. So what? But we also know that or suspect in Tish's situation that she is either like a Soros type Attorney General of New York, right? So, so that's maybe like a connection like that, right?
Well, you're putting together. What did Solomon just tell you? What have I been telling you? Got a grand conspiracy case we're pulling together. These are all evidential nodes.
What do you mean by that? Evidential nodes? What?
Every piece of information he gets here, every network he can map, every piece that he can bring clarity to show the whole picture is evidence in a case.
See, we all right. So here's the problem, though, is everybody here listening right now, why I could see maybe this would cause a fluoride stare is because everybody would pretty much assume that this would have already been the case. Everybody, and I totally get that.
Okay, so let me give you some.
Does that make sense?
Insight. Yes.
You get what I'm saying?
Because years ago, as you know, I was on the team that helped stand up DHS. One of the things that came out of the 9/11 Commission report, and this is pre-DHS, was that there was information withheld from the presidential daily brief, which the CIA put together, okay, at the time. That's why we have DNI, as a matter of fact, is because of that. One of the problems we found when standing up DHS is our own laws prevented the intel community from talking to each other, which is why you needed a place for that information to be codified. CIA made decisions as to what wasn't going to the president. So we established this office of DNI.
They were almost doing their own thing for their own
They were doing their own thing.
Yeah.
So this office was stood up in 2004 specifically to fix that problem. The data comes into them, they codify it, produce the presidential daily brief, and then that information is disseminated to all the stakeholders all the way down to local, state, and indigenous groups, right?
Wow.
It's then disseminated to according to their level of clearance or whatever the need to know is. So that was one of the big issues is we have all this data. The government collects all sorts of data, but it doesn't talk to itself. So you have siloed information.
Right.
What they
and rogue agencies too.
Rogue agencies because the information's siloed.
I think so, Beach Nana, who asked with a cookie. So this means that Tulsi leaving was planned all along, so that this
I don't
this
think
spot could be open for Pulte to do his thing.
She may have.
I think so.
I honestly think she knew her husband had cancer.
Yeah. I think this was all. I think Pulte was.
It's neat that his 210 days ends after the new Congress comes in.
And I do think Nunez is being tasked with as a relief pitcher. Here.
They're not gonna. I don't think that's gonna come out in full until after the election.
Yeah.
But we'll see. Nevertheless, now that you've got since 2008, since the crash, you've increasingly integrated the databases. Since Doge came in, you've made sure that they were interconnected even. So they're drawing on each other. This is something new, Sean, fairly new. We've been building it. So what changed? You get ability to see everything now. And in the role of DNI, there's no wall. It's the only role in government that has no wall. Wow. Do you get that?
Yeah.
Other than the president but DNI gets access to everything. So he's in a perfect role. And you notice how I put that there? Yes, Endoro. So the influence networks always relied on opacity, right? They always relied on the complicated system so that there was no visibility. What if that changes? What if now you have visibility? And look at what you have visibility into. Do you see this? You're talking about ownership data. You have a ton of data. Insurance markets. You're looking at asset valuation, risk allocation, financial incentives. Look at beneficial ownership. Who's actually behind these entities? Look at the AML-SAR. This is money. This is anti-money laundering, suspicious activity. You now have access and insight, visibility into all of that. Think about procurement. Who receives those public funds? As we're finding out, we don't always know. We've had contracts on the books for decades that were no longer even contracts. They just never got terminated, remember? That came out with Doge. Procurement, FARA, now we got visibility into foreign influence, right? And think about FARA, foreign agent, right? Mm-hmm. So this is a U.S. person with a foreign contact. You would have visibility into anything that's illicitly coming out of that. Mm-hmm. And then finally, you got the whole AI piece that can do this analytics faster than we've ever been able to do before.
Let's go.
So that takes us to this place where now you can take all this agency information, put it through a sieve, if you will, and then come out on the other end with ways to increase accountability. And like I showed you on Monday, accountability isn't just prosecutions. That's reactive. Remember, I showed you that. You want proactive accountability. So you can go after all of these parts, but you also want to be able to restore public trust. You want to be able to put things in place, auditability, all of that back into place so that you can proactively you don't want to get to a place where you got somebody being criminally prosecuted. Do you see where I'm going?
Mm-hmm.
So let's enter the picture of all the people involved. The only person here that doesn't have a clearance is sitting right here. He would need to get a special access clearance, which can be done fairly quickly. I'm not dismissing that. But look at the key players. You got DOJ. The reason why I said he's just nominated Todd Blanche to take over AG. This guy, John Andrew Eisenberg. Eisenberg is the Deputy Attorney General for the National Security Division. That's the most likely position to step in to the Deputy Attorney General behind Todd Blanche, number 2. This is usually the most likely position. So Eisenberg must have passed the test, which means whatever ongoing prosecutions are going on, they're pleased with how they're happening. Does that make sense to you?
Yes.
And then, of course, you got Russ Vaught, who's over here with policy leverage. But look at Bessent. He plays a huge role that Pulte did not have. He wears many
hats, too, by the way.
Yes. But, well, there's other people under him. But still, Pulte didn't have access to some of this because of his role. So now he's in there. Now, here's the key. So you're investigating, you're prosecuting, you're using leverage, you're identifying at the Treasury level, you're identifying at the GSA level. He was identifying at the FHFA level over to a DNI level, which is an integrator. You see where this, and he's not, remember, he's not giving up his FHFA position. He's wearing a dual hat. So now we're moving from following the money to mapping the network. Now we're into establishing accountability at all levels. So, and you can go look this up right now. Everything out there publicly is saying that there are multiple enforcement streams and they're all moving in the same direction. So what I'm telling you is absolutely logical and fully vetted. There's no way you can deny the fact that now Pulte has full visibility to look into accountability issues. And I like this slide. One of the members of I think it was Carrie actually, said she didn't understand the sieve until I mentioned it. So I tried, hopefully this looks more like a sieve to her or a funnel. But if you take all this data and you dump it down into the funnel and you've got a DNI position that is capable of looking at the entity resolution piece of it, looking at who owns it, who controls it, who benefits from it, and you can spit out on the other end whether it's a criminal referral or a policy change, doesn't that clean everything up?
Oh, 100% it does. Yes.
Right.
Wow.
So now we're moving this, and this is why they're calling it a weaponization of government data. And they're doing that because they want people poo-pooed on it. But I'm telling you, this is good. So if you got a convergence now for enforcement, one of the things I wanted to look at is how well has this new system been working? Right. In fact, everything is up. We've got more prosecutions, more whistleblower protections are off the chart. They put in so many things. We got network analytics happening so fast, nobody could catch a breath.
Follow the owner.
But because of this, you've got all of these efforts are way up versus past years, past
it's running
efforts.
it's running smooth, a lot smoother.
It's running smoothly.
Yeah.
And we've seen it take a test drive. These have been happening.
What does network reconstruction look like? Yes.
When you
great
can
question.
look at these are actual cases, Sean.
Yeah, nobody knows what's happened to US. Well, we haven't really been tracking it since its dismantling. We know that
These are actual cases, $550 million in federal contracts. So these are actual cases. So this system I'm showing you here has been taken for a test drive, and it's proven to be effective. It's quality testing your system, right?
Right.
How much can we look at? How quickly can we get the information? How do we pull this together into evidentiary requirements and then take it to the court? So it's been used from the punitive side for accountability with indictments and the like. And a lot of these indictments, by the way, there's many indictments that aren't public, but you've heard noise about some of these things that are happening. So you've got procurement corruption. You've got defense contracting. We just saw another big one. Remember, Scott Bessent removed the ability for a huge contractor to even contract with the Treasury. Fraud and shell companies. We've got amazing detail now into fraud and shell companies. How do I know this? Read the SPLC indictments, right? Because there's proof right there.
Yep.
And then trade and procurement. We've seen not just tariff evasion, but tax evasion across the board. So that means you got IRS is pulled in. You got all of these tracking systems. And I said one of the areas that really scared the bejesus out of everybody was the Treasury payments database, which is why you saw these states go off the rails, right? I said that's the big kahuna because you know who cashed the check through that database. And it's helped us to find all of this. So now we are still, we're taking the fact that we've mapped the network and we now can take it and actually use it. It's meaningful usage. So let's bring in two cases, because one of the things that is really interesting to note is I showed you how you can hold people accountable. How do you hold Congress accountable?
That's a great question.
How do you go after Congress, right? Right. Took 2 bites of the apple to get him, if you recall. They went after him in 2017. There was a hung jury, dismissed. So they had to go back after him. He's now serving 11 years. They finally got his sorry ass. But one of the things that always hit me about his case, he was a sacrificial lamb. They threw him under the bus.
Oh, easily. Are you
There's no way you can deny it.
How many people have done worse?
Do you know?
Worse?
Do you know the Steve Wynn? He's in prison. He just started serving 11 years. Do you know Steve Wynn? Do you know his case?
No.
Steve Wynn is a casino mogul. He had relationships, or he had he had a beneficial relationship. He was lobbying on behalf of China.
What?
With the Trump administration. But he didn't have a FARA. He did not have a FARA. I did a thread on this a couple years ago. It's on X. But nevertheless, he did not have a FARA, so the government went after him and lost the case.
Yeah, but after Trump, so the Biden administration, their DOJ went after him, right?
Yes, they went after him, took him to court. Actually, DOJ first indicted him back in 2017.
Which isn't really telling, by the way. It might be too many of us, okay? However, let me just remind everybody, today's recent Bolton plea agreement, him pleading guilty, do you know who started that? Not the Trump administration's DOJ. No, it was under Biden.
It was under the Biden DOJ.
Very telling.
So here we are in 2022. He's sued by the DOJ because he did not have a FARA on file.
Did he know? I mean, again, how do we know? I don't know the details of this case. Lobbied on behalf of the Chinese
I'm
government.
Trying to tell you, B. You keep breaking my sentences.
Yeah, but no, China.
China. He was lobbying on behalf of the Chinese government. We don't know the extent because it was never public, but he was lobbying. I would think it would be the PRC. That's my piece to that. But nevertheless, he's lobbying. He actually got Miles Kuo. You remember who he is?
Yes.
Bannon sidekick.
Yes.
Got him put in jail.
Oh.
He's the guy that did it.
Wow.
We took him to court for not having a FARA. The court said, you can't do this. You can't do retroactive. Because he no longer had a relationship with his Chinese counterparts. They said you can't do retroactive. The government then appealed it. It went to a 3-judge panel in D.C., a year later, and they upheld the district court's decision. I mean, the lower court decision.
Okay.
Okay. It made Congress so angry.
Yep.
I'll never forget, even Dianne Feinstein was coming unglued. That they started immediately working on the retroactive Foreign Agents Registration Act, so that they wanted to close that loophole. Guess what happened to it? Not a damn thing. It stalled in the Senate.
Really?
All this work, and there were several committee hearings, all this work, it stalled and then eventually died in the Senate. So what is that telling you? That out there in the public, we're talking about, yes, we support, there's bipartisan support for transparency. Unless you go too far. Don't come back to me. Okay. Right? And that's what this is saying until it hits home. So Congress is literally shielding itself from the very laws they're helping to pass.
Oh, wow. Okay.
So asking the question again, how do you go after it? Because you now got a breaking point, right?
Mm-hmm.
There is literally a battlefield where they're saying, yeah, transparency is good, but your scope is too far. You can't come in. And they're calling it, because it reaches into the legislative branch, and they're saying you don't have the right to do that. Constitutional protections. But the problem is the executive branch, it's a constitutional mandate that they enforce the laws as written, right?
Yep, of course.
And what are we always hearing? No one is above the law. But let me ask you this. If the system tells you what is possible, the players in the system tell you why it's mattering, why this matters. When you're talking about the institutionalization of predatory housing and insurance practices heavily protected by billions in lobbying dollars and political kickbacks, can you see the tension rising?
Oh, yeah. Okay. Wow. You just simplified it for me. All right.
Yeah. So you got lawmakers that are lashing out. They're using all kinds of charge language, right? Weaponization, lack of credentials. They're going after everything, right? Yeah. But it's usually a public-facing shield for something deeper.
Right.
Behind closed doors, the real fear that they have is that their ecosystems there's visibility into their ecosystem. Because of all those nodes I showed you, they got visibility. Now, imagine, if you're some sap from the LCCHR bridge network who filtered through Congress, is now in the executive branch, filtering back out into the public sector or private sector, and you're one of those people that's been going around the circle to make sure the laws that are written and the regulations that are written continue to protect the system. Imagine if you're one of those people. Do you think maybe you'd be telling Congress, you better not change anything?
Yeah, of course.
Right? And you've got people in Congress saying, DNI, remember your loyalty to the Constitution. They're begging them, please, don't become whistleblowers.
Right.
Right? So you're now looking at a group here of people that are literally quaking. But let me show you why they are. I have in my background a lot of auditing experience. I'm not a financial forensics person, but I've worked with many of them, so I understand the field. Well, I'm not, but I understand the field. Yes, he is a financial forensics. He's a dog with a bone.
It's an interesting
It goes
position.
back to his family's. I don't know how many people know about Pulte Group.
He's heir to the throne, heir to the fortune. We're talking billions of dollars. Oh my gosh.
Yes, he's not a nobody.
No, he's about to be filthy rich. And he's going to have control over both FHFA and
DNI.
Oh my gosh.
So he's got corporate structure and ownership and asset acquisition and disposition. But think about his ability to solve problems. When you're a financial forensic kind of person, you're asking hard questions, digging deep to solve real problems.
Yep.
Right? Add housing and insurance to that mix. That's a unique skill. That's what makes him so unique. Because he's so hyper-focused as a corporate forensic investigator.
This makes me think of, too, what's one major concern that we all had when the Biden administration was wrapping up about BlackRock? What were they trying to obtain? What were they trying to obtain?
They were buying up all the properties.
Properties, right. And now, what do we got going on in New York? They're trying to sell housing. No, they're forfeiting. They're forcing people to forfeit housing.
They're forcing people to forfeit housing.
To NGOs, just handing it over to NGOs.
Handing it over. But here's the other thing, is one of his key areas, and I'm going to stop because I want to show you that on the slide. But nevertheless, we are taking a man. This is his background, right? Before he came to the government, this is who he was. There is a lot here when you look at this. This is financial forensics in a nutshell, with a uniqueness of housing and insurance built in. Look at all of this. So he is uniquely qualified for this D&I role, temporary D&I role. And what he's going to be able to do is do all of the digging he's been doing all these months at FHFA. He's going to be able to put this at scale across all national investigations. Go back to Congress, because what you've got here is the traditional national security playbook is completely upended to solve problems of fraud and criminality. And so this whole idea of where Bill Pulte comes from is something a lot of people know some of his background. They know what he's did at FHFA. But when you put this together, he's one of the largest threats to beneficial ownership that you've ever seen. Who got what, how much, who are you interacting with? You got a Congress that's very nervous. Right?
This is so good. Yeah.
So, and he's got, his whole purpose in life is to reform government, right?
That's right.
So let's look at what he's done.
Like he said, he wasn't prepared to witness all the fraud that he uncovered.
Said it.
Yeah.
That's not the only time he said it. He said it a few times. But when you take his skill with forensics and add housing and insurance to it, you've weaponized the person. What does that make him capable of doing? He knows how to look for the dead bodies.
He knows where the bodies are buried, essentially, yeah.
Yes. So that takes me to what he's done at FHFA.
Yeah.
So I'm pointing out, I put stars where it matters.
Okay.
We removed Donna Reed. We removed Monica Matthews. No, we removed Antonio White. Antonio White was the director of congressional affairs. Kind of an interesting position. We placed on leave Gina Cross and Monica Matthews. We placed on leave about 35 individuals here and another 60 people in the statistics division. So who are these people? They all carried key roles. But I'm going to also point out an obvious fact. You don't let your criminal out the door. They have to stay on board while an investigation's going on. So it's likely, what this is showing, there's likely investigations in place, okay? You put them on administrative leave so they can't dick with the evidence. Okay, that's just the way it's done. So let's take this the next level.
I forgot one individual, Michael Hyde, H-E-I-D, I think. He was a chairman.
He was well, I said it here. Also replaced numerous board members.
Fannie Mae. I'm sorry, I was at Fannie Mae.
I said it right here.
Oh,
Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac. He replaced most of the board members.
And who he replaced him with? That's even more interesting.
I know. I don't have room.
I know.
I wanted to focus on what's going on here.
Yeah.
Terminated is interesting. Placed on leave is even more interesting. Because what are the offices that are affected? The Research and Statistics Office, the Consumer Protection Office, EEO Office, the Minority and Women Inclusion Office. There were people that were denied because of the property. These are all very different parts of that organization. And placing these people on administrative leave is very interesting. It usually means that an investigation is currently underway. Administrative leave physically removes them from the building, so that they can't tamper with anything. So when you look at it from that perspective, then I looked into federal law with regards to how you treat a federal employee. The Administrative Leave Act says that you got about 135 days, depending on the agency, to conduct your investigation. Are you ready for the kick in the ass?
Are you kidding me? I was born ready.
And they must provide regular updates to Congress.
What?
Which means Congress knows where these investigations are going.
They don't want to be updated on this. Are you kidding me?
Yep, they must provide regular updates to Congress, which I find interesting. If you're doing an investigation,
in secrecy,
it's behind closed doors.
Oh, yeah.
But still, what I'm getting at is Congress knows what Bill Pulte's been doing. Do you hear the scream get louder suddenly?
Oh, yes. Yeah.
Okay,
Mark Warner, you all right out there? Mark Warner, just checking on you, buddy. I hope you brought your shit in pants.
So he's literally using the Administrative Leave Act. And taxpayers, as taxpayers, we're paying for this. But this is one time. It's like, okay, I'm going to get it back in spades, so I'm okay. But you're now looking at people that are being told to stay home. I'm sure they're being told more than that, but they're being told to stay home while there's a legal process in place that has gone well beyond 135 days. So the fact that Bill Pulte's now ready to go to DNI is quite interesting to me.
Oh my gosh. That's the most interesting right there.
Right. So let me talk about this, because you just heard Tillis yesterday say that as FHFA director, he's doing a pretty good job. But he's completely unqualified to be at DNI, right?
He's had to have had a lot of help, I imagine, too.
Well, you see, because over at FHFA, he's walled in, right? He can't get into these other systems. He doesn't even have a clearance.
Doesn't have a clearance,
Now
right.
he's at DNI with keys to all the agencies, all the systems. He's going to take what he's doing at FHFA. It's a dual role. Bring it into the network. Play around with that data. And people like Tillis are losing their shit.
I imagine he's going to be working with Besant. Or he has
he already
been
is. He's already doing it. He's working with Besant. He's working with the DOJ, FBI.
Because the one thing he said that really struck me, and I think it was the other day. No, it was a while back. It's when he said that he understands and wants to keep houses prices up, but make them affordable. And I started thinking about that, and I'm like,
well, because
that's a tall task.
What the crossroads is that because of all of the purchasing by all of these big investment houses, they artificially inflated the value of houses. And let me finish this one because I'm going to take it somewhere. They artificially inflated the value of these houses, and they're forcing more and more people into rental, okay, because of it. But what if, as this all flushes out, those contracts have to be renegotiated and the inflated value reduced?
That would be bad.
No, it doesn't. It keeps your neighborhood all at an even keel. But if I bought my house at $150,000,
yep,
and it's now going for $600,000, sounds good for me.
Sounds great.
Except that you're locking out people out of that market, may not be able to sell it. But what if?
Okay, go ahead.
What if a part of this whole thing washes out? This is basically what a HELOC does, right? HELOC forgives part of the loan as long as you're on time. Take that HELOC and make it a standard across the industry.
Oh. That benefits those who still have a lot to pay on those houses.
Yes.
But
It also.
What about those who their houses paid off and they want to sell and
I'm
make
not
more money
talking
off
readjust the market so much as bring it back to reasonableness.
Right.
I may have bought it for $150,000 in 1970. It's not worth $750,000 now. I'm sorry, it's not.
But
you
it
got
is,
3
though.
bedrooms. You got a 3-bedroom, 1 bath is not a $750,000
But it
home.
is.
No.
Go in California, you can't find a
But that's my
3-bedroom,
point.
2-bedroom for less than
But that's-
1.9 mil.
But that's my point, because it locks people out of the housing market because they can't afford that. It keeps you in a house you can't sell, because that's another issue. And it keeps you mortgage poor, right? Especially with the higher interest rates. So they're fine with what he exposed over there. They are upset with what he can expose over in DNI. This is the area that has them most upset. Those keys are what scares the hell out of them. So let me bring this up.
Why are they fine? Why would they be fine with that? But they
because
wouldn't be okay
he
with
didn't
the
have
others?
insight into what they're doing. You're talking influence networks. He didn't have insight into that. You're talking foreign.
So okay. Let me get straight what you're saying right now. What you're saying is they're fine with all that they expose. He discovered and exposed, sure, some fraud
With the mortgage documents, ownership.
Yeah. But what he will find with ODNI is what led to that fraud.
Right.
What
Because
encouraged that
now
fraud.
instead of just following the money, you take the ownership and follow the network. You rebuild the network.
All right.
And so with his unmasking power at DNI, remember DNI is a massive data repository, right?
Mm-hmm.
The relationships between these individuals between these agencies is huge, because DNI can harvest all that data, all these disparate agencies, it's all in one place. He's sitting in a role where he could take what he found here, pop it into here, and all of a sudden you've got names, places, and amounts, right?
Yep. I got it. Chris, conservative Chris, what he just said right now just made me laugh. He says, reminder of that Besant hearing, his exchange between
With
him and
Adam?
Elizabeth, Liz Warren, Pocahontas.
Oh, yeah.
That's my dog whistle, the Duppy, by the way. Liz Warren Duppy. His hearing this week. I would hope, Senator Warren, that everyone at this hearing has and should have their house in order. Great point, Chris. Damn.
Now you're seeing he's. In fact, if you go back and listen after what I've just shown you, you will hear all his innuendos. When he said to Waldman, "What about your son, Adam?" He's telling you, "We got the goods on you, buddy." He's telling you that, and as a result, they're scared shitless.
I grabbed that clip. Thanks for the reminder on that one, Chris. So
you know,
check it out. As he ends her claims about President Trump and stock trading, why don't we investigate many people on this committee for insider trading? ? Why don't you get your house in order? Lead by example. Have your fellow committee members, mostly on your side, do the same, says Besant. Man.
I think it's fantastic. The last thing they want. Transparency is great, guys. Just not in my house.
It's true she's very rich and has a $4 million Victorian, flies private on occasion, and Big Pharma loves her.
Mm-hmm.
So, okay.
The vulnerability of all these compromised people is so off the charts right now.
So
when you can trace the money to the network and the influence operations, you've just made everybody in that network vulnerable.
All right, so this signal's being sent to all politicians, all representative senators, that if you got into government, public service through corrupt means, through compromise, blackmail, bribery, extortion, whatever, say it was using the market, the housing market, right? Say somebody, they bought you a house, right? Maybe you don't have to put that on your filings or something. I don't know. Well, we're gonna find out, or he already found out, and now he's gonna find out what led to all that, right? Who owns you?
Well, it's more than that.
So this is the next step to draining the swamp.
Yeah, well, of course it is, because you're looking at a situation where you've got highly compromised people
Yep.
that the last thing they thought was going to happen to them is that they would get into that venue. Is to remember, what do we do with a system? The first thing you do when you centralize power, you make it complex, you make it opaque, right? You start layering regulations,
plausible deniability and all that.
redundant legal processes. Yep. And then you make it so opaque that there's no visibility. And in short order, the Trump administration has not only added visibility to the system, but as I showed you with that one slide where they took it for a test drive, it's flawless. It's leading to actual prosecutions.
Yes, I nearly forgot. Thank you. Shout out to Girl Patriot. I can't believe I totally missed this. She dropped a pair of banger shades. Says the criminal enterprise puzzle is coming together. Thank you for making sense of all this. Pain in Congress delights me.
Isn't that a fact?
Yeah, shout out to Girl Patriot. Thank you for that, by the way.
That is a fact. It is.
And if anybody
watch this,
if anybody has any questions, guys, if none of this or something isn't making sense, please, I encourage you.
Ask the questions.
Ask the questions, please. All right, I'm looking at the chat. If you want to put it, any gold pill donations, please put questions in there. All right, I want to read them off. There's still a 3-way tie in first, by the way.
So let me ask a question. What did Durham prove to you with the Kevin Kleinsmith, Sussman, Danchenko indictments? What was that really about?
What was it really about? It's a great question.
So what is Kevin Kleinsmith?
What is he?
In the picture. He's
low hanging fruit.
He's bias leveraged. You can make anybody a lemming, right?
Yeah.
They took his leverage,
but he's low hanging fruit.
His bias, and they leveraged it. He changed the email. What does Sussman prove to you? Remember, that's Alpha Bank. Right. It proved to you that there's a domestic spying operation.
Oh, sure. Okay. Yep.
What does Danchenko prove to you?
That there's a foreign
component to that spy operation.
Yep.
So you've got
not just
leveraged
Danchenko.
Bias,
look at Christopher Steele.
But still, you've got leveraged bias.
Sure.
You've got a domestic spy operation.
Foreign.
Which is treasonous, to a foreign spy operation, which is an act of war. That's the Durham Circle.
Oh.
So now, answer me this question. What does a member of the House, a member of the Senate, a state attorney general, and a Fed Board of Governors story tell you?
All aspects of government. Oh. Feisty.
Tells you got a weaponized government. That's the picture he painted with those.
All these
referrals.
individuals were selected for specific purposes.
Mm-hmm.
Whoa.
So you can see where this goes. We are looking not just at, we got a weaponized monetary system. Hello, newsflash.
Where are all three of where are 3 out of those 4 right now?
She's back on the Fed board because the court stopped it. Letitia James is still in place. He's in the Senate and he's in the House. Nobody's gone anywhere.
Swalwell's out.
Well, not till the end of the year. But
Adam Schiff is moving to the Senate, or moved to
He's
the
already
Senate.
in the
Yeah,
Senate.
He moved to the Senate. Letitia James will be out.
The purpose of showing you this and why I put them at the top is this is why Congress is off the charts panicking. This situation is creating panic. This situation proves numbers are up. If you can go after these two for mortgage fraud and you know that DNI has access into intelligence operations and your name can be unmasked, you're off the charts panicked. Now, Warner. Why do I bring up Warner? Do you remember back in the day how Warner wanted to have a private meeting with Deripaska? Off the books private meeting. We got text messages. Think about all this foreign influence that is sitting in a 702 database that Pulte can unmask in the furtherance of an investigation.
Wow. Yes, ZZ nailed it. Thanks for the shades, man. Foreign runs to an act of war. Foreign.
Mm-hmm.
I think it depends, doesn't it? I think it depends if what that foreign is representing, because that foreign can just work on its own behalf, and therefore it would just be.
But no, if you're talking about an ally, even
with a government
that is operating in a manner that's inconsistent with our democracy, trying to unseat our president, that's an act of war, Sean.
That is all we have seen for the last
That's all
several
we've
years.
seen since 2015.
Right. So, and a lot of people just say, yeah, exactly. We've seen nothing done about it. Well, this is we're seeing the steps.
We're seeing the clearest signal
we're moving towards
remember
that.
what we're doing here. Go back to SPLC. Go back to the 2 indictments and how that onion's being peeled.
Comey.
Go back to Comey. Look at what just happened with Mustache. You got all of these situations sitting in a crossroads where there's no more opportunity to hide. Our data integration must be to the point where the beyond a reasonable doubt of evidence is they've got it. But that's why I brought this up, because this shows you the depth, breadth, and scope of what's really happening.
I knew
going right into the states.
I knew all these little indictments or seemingly little indictments
They
that
all
are
connect.
becoming unsealed just little by little. I knew they were all connected. They knew they were signaling something bigger because they were different and they were in different fields, different parts of the government, right?
I see a question. Who is Warner? Warner is the senator from Virginia.
Mark Warner. He's
I got personal experience with that bastard. Oops. I can't stand him.
Oh, oops, he's around here, unapologetic. But yeah, Mark Warner. I played a couple clips of him feigning outrage about Pulte, and he is
freaking out.
Yeah, he's freaking out, guys.
And it's delicious
That's
to watch.
all he's focused on. I haven't heard.
I don't know if he's even been in the Senate to take a vote.
He hasn't talked about anything. This is all he's talking about. Let's go, Girl Patriot, with another pair of banger shades. Hello, she says, love data integration.
They're fucked.
They're fucked.
But you can see
Girl
it now,
Patriot,
right?
Yes, you can see it. That's for sure.
So
I just hope everybody else is able to see it now too.
What I was hoping to do, because one of the biggest goal is for people to regain faith and trust in government. Visibility is what does that. True accountability is what brings that about. And he's in the position, who'd have thunk that a housing guy would be the center of one of the most consequential outcomes.
You heard it.
In our path.
You heard it in the opening clip I played. He is practically on every Air Force One flight with Trump.
Right.
He is they are very close. He's like a Dan Scavino.
Which is why they keep talking about loyalty.
Yeah.
He's not on that Air Force One for loyalty.
No.
Loyalty is the word you use when you haven't done your research and pulled the pieces together. And I realize people have looked into his background. They know what he did at FHA.
No, that's not why they're saying
When I looked at his actual biography and realized I'm reading this going, he's financial forensics. Everything clicks.
Yeah, but that's not why they're saying it.
No, they're saying that because they can't say what else is there.
Exactly right. So
here we are, guys. I hope you liked this. I would love some comments, but I hope you liked this.
Wonderworld says this is freaking awesome. Good to see Rock Candy. Let's see. Let me check in with some comments here. See what you guys got to say. Mark got it. Mark. Oh, yes. Hey, Congress, the jig is up, says Girl Patriot. Kiss your butts goodbye. The evidence is overwhelming. I'm loving the front row seat, airtight cases. That's another good point, Girl Patriot. Airtight. We should want these to be airtight, not to be flying by the seat of their pants and just one single indictment here or another case over here somewhere. No, you're not going to wrap all this up in little itty bitty cases, you know.
Let me answer Beach Nana's question, if you don't mind. She asks, thank you for the can, by the way, that's much appreciated. So if Congress is notified of what's going on, why aren't more leaving office? Are they staying just so they can find out more?
Good question.
How do you think this is all going to be brought out to light for the normies, since MSM won't report on it? It's going to have to be all laid out somehow.
Great question. I love it.
Wonderful. It's an excellent question. Now let me unpack it, okay? So if Congress is notified about what's going on, why aren't more leaving office? Congress actually thought that if they could continue to obstruct, this is why the 2026 has been so important, that they could bring a halt to this. They never, and I'm reminded of what Trump did with Ezra Cohen-Watnick and Steve Miller. He put them into seemingly nothing positions, and they literally moved up through the ranks, became the acting Secretary of Defense and a key position that actually ended up moving the JSOC out from underneath the Joint Chiefs of Staff, the combatant command that became a combatant command, right? So Trump is not beyond putting people into positions that are hidden, under the radar kind of positions, which is what he did with Bill Pulte, but he put him in a consequential role. He was able to play with his forensic skills and come up with some good data. So that's why they weren't leaving office. They thought they could block anything else. And the information that he was providing Congress regarding the investigations were centric to FHFA, and it didn't have their data in it. So they were comfortable with transparency that throws somebody else in jail. Okay? So are they staying just so they can find out more? No, I don't think they expected. This is why the visceral reaction to Pulte. They did not expect Pulte to be named the way he was. This took them for a loop. It broadsided them. How do you think all of this is going to be brought out to light? I actually think what's brought more to light first are some of the things that are going on in Florida that allows the open door for some of these the bigger cases.
You mean the Grand Conspiracy case?
The Grand Conspiracy case, yes.
You think that'll bring more of it out?
I think so.
Okay.
I think so. And the reason why is, if you recall, the majority of the arrests are in D.C. Q Post 229, 43 arrests. They're in D.C., most of them. Although there was one in Canada and one in Germany. But still, you have Post 229, that most of the arrests are in D.C. So I think what comes out of Florida is what opens the door for this. That's my belief. We'll have to see, right?
Mm-hmm.
And MSM is going to get to a point where they have no choice but to report on it. We already know that. And remember, there's an unholy alliance between the government and the mainstream media. So you're going to be able to notice right away who is and who isn't on Team Trump. So we'll be fine with that. It's going to have to be all laid out somehow. I totally agree with you. I don't know how much detail we get, but I do suspect, given the brackets that we've been waiting for, I do suspect that we're going to get these big cases. We're going to get good information on these big cases. I can't answer for the rest. Right now, you got nearly 650,000 sealed indictments. That is not normal by any stretch of the imagination. So there's a lot going on in the background. I don't think we're going to get all 650,000 indictments unsealed, but it should give you a sense of comfort that there are big things being worked on. And as you just saw with SPLC, we can pull it out. You don't normally, by the way, put out an underlying indictment when you're working on a superseding because you don't want to give off the information, right? You don't want to tip anybody off. They're purposely put out the first one, then the second one. Wait a month, we'll get a third one. I'm pretty sure they'll start to exponentially increase because they're working on something. They're pulling all these pieces together. And like I said, the big deal with SPLC is we haven't seen indictments against people. And I think Pulte may be a part of that, to be very honest. So, when you think about Antifa, think about Act Blue, he would have a great piece to do with that. I think Pulte is going to be a part of that.
The SPLC, yes. Mm-hmm. Oh, gosh, unbelievable. So what about the Comey?
Comey, I think, is a witness, but not a lot of people believe me, so I'll let it go with that.
Well, belief.
It's a stupid indictment. It's a stupid indictment.
It's based on perjury, right? It's a process thing, isn't it? I don't remember.
They're getting him. The second one, yeah, it's a process. You can indict a ham sandwich. That's not a big deal. The first one was over the 8647, which was stupid.
Oh, that's right. That's right.
So that tells me, how do you inject evidence, right? You in a court of law and in the whole disclosure process.
Yeah.
So I think Comey's more of a material witness. But we'll have to see.
This is exactly why I am also thinking, and we might need to mentally prepare for this, that the elections coming up is going to be a gotcha. It's going to be I got a sneaking suspicion that there's some traps being set, daring them to try to steal elections.
I think it's happening in California right now.
And we're watching it right now.
Mm-hmm.
I'm about to make the case to everybody in just a few. Like, for instance, why is it every time, for whatever reason, the late mail-in votes in key races tend to always lean blue?
Be blue.
Why? I wonder why. Like, those questions need to be asked and answered. Could we see more? And if we do see accountability in the realm of election fraud or voter fraud, how would we? Because we've seen little pockets of accountability. Mm-hmm. We've seen it over the years, actually, but usually
only when
low
because
level.
Typically accountability is something happens. There's public backlash. We throw a sacrificial lamb under the bus.
Yep.
Everybody calms down and we move on to the next one.
Right.
Typically, the people that are thrown under the bus is because you're no longer useful to us. It isn't because we were actually interested in solving a problem.
And to what you just laid out.
Mm-hmm.
Because, again, you can go after all the people perpetrating it, but can you go after the people who's ordering them to perpetrate it?
Right. You need to know the whole network.
And Pulte.
That's what I'm saying. He now has insight into the whole network. He can take what he's been doing at FHFA.
No, he's going to take what Tulsi has been doing,
but
revealing.
No, he's going to take what he's already gotten. Remember, it's a dual role. He's already taking beneficial ownership information, insurance information, mortgage information. He's got all that information.
I meant regarding elections. Separate.
Well, what
issue.
you do, think about it, what that does. You disclose the network, and what do you find? Motive. You find operations. Somebody paid for those mail-in ballots. Somebody was paid under the table to allow fraudulent ballots to be scanned. When you have insight into the full network, not just the money, but the relationship piece to it, you'd be surprised what this man can come up with. What are they doing? They took the money, they added the ownership information, they found out who owned that network, they reconstructed that network, they've got all the people involved, all the activities they were a part of.
Yes.
Things that you don't normally see in a transactional piece when you follow the money. That's the big difference here, is it's always been transactional, and not everything in the network is transactional. That's what I'm getting at. It's not that he's got secret information about election fraud, but he's going to know who was involved. He can, if you can construct the network, you got what you need. And then he works with FBI, DOJ. Bam, you got accountability.
And the prior 2 years have been all about mapping this entire system, right?
Mm-hmm. Doge came in in February. One of the things, early February, one of the first things we noticed when Doge, actually it was like right after Trump came into office, end of January, real early part of February. Once Doge got on the task, by March, 3 solid weeks in a row, the sealed indictments went up by 7,000 or 8,000. It normally goes up that much in a month. Almost 28,000 sealed indictments got added to that database in just March of 2025 alone. I know this because we were taking screenshots. They were in my chat room. It was incredible. And then it sat. And we're back to a monthly update. Every so often, it'll update mid-month. But for the most part, we're back to a monthly update. So I'm telling you, there's some big shit going on.
Things are going to get spicy here. It's going to be a hot summer.
That's what I said.
It's going to be a hot summer.
American Airlines is cutting back some of their summer flying. And I had to laugh because they didn't cut back when it was $6 a gallon, but they're going to cut back when it's $3 a gallon or $4 a gallon. Okay, what is the message there? Staycations this summer, but it's going to be TV worthy. Just going to say. It looks like this is finally that August where it's unseasonably hot. And summer starts when? June 21st.
Is it the 21st? I can't believe it's not summer yet.
Morning sun brings heat. When's a full moon? He's the heat, I'm pretty sure.
All right.
We'll see. Look, I don't put myself out there that often, right? With things like this, but I'm pretty sure about this guy.
Yep.
What do you think?
Yeah.
I told you would like my little hit.
I love this. Are you kidding me? Man, we got to...
I'm going to stop sharing.
Got to arrange everything. Everything has to be arranged. All the slides, clipped. Needs something, a one-stop shop to be able to gather all of this, so people can have this as a reference.
I used to have a website. We had to let it go. I don't have the website anymore.
No, I'm gonna I'll figure something out.
Did that, but I just don't have that capability anymore. But I am PDFing all my slides. If you're in my chat room, they're pinned to the chat room with the video for tonight's show. Right under that pin is the PDF of the slides, so they are there.
We'll set something up. By the way, shout out to Do59. Just dropped a $5 Rumble rant.
I have no idea where crap like that comes from.
Feisty, the same guy that was saying the Templars have the bones of Jesus, is also pushing that Jesus had a wife and children. Where is this coming from? Unfortunately, people believe him.
Let me just say, heresy's been around since long before you and I were even thought of. The belief is that Jesus married Mary Magdalene, but there's evidentiary proof in the first century that that's not true. So, people believe because they don't understand. They don't look it up themselves.
Are you kidding me? Thanks to late mail-in ballots, Raymond Noodles is now, quote, on track to defeat Spencer Pratt.
Yep. Told you that's going to be golden.
Please. The fraud gods are raining down on us right now. This is great. What do you mean, Sean and Feisty? That's not great. They're about to steal it from Spencer Pratt.
I need you because today we had Mika and Joe call out sick.
Because they didn't want to.
And I gave you the 19-minute video.
They both called out sick? Sure.
Yeah, because they didn't want to take that interview with Jill.
Yeah.
So if you can
wonder
play
why.
that, I could use a spot here.
Okay, yep.
So I really need that spot.
I
hope everybody liked the presentation. I was really pleased to find the little nuggets that I found today. The last few days.
All right. Stand by, everybody. I'm about to play a little clip here about Joe and Mika refused to take Jill Biden's interview. You don't say. Well, she did it anyways, and let's just say it was a little rough.
Just a tad.
Every time she does an interview, it's full of lies and contradictions and an altered reality about the Biden presidency and what we all witnessed firsthand. So let's get right to it. Here we are on MS Now this morning. It's Morning Joe, and guess who didn't show up for work today? Joe and Mika. And we'll get to that story in just a sec. But first, millions of Americans, including me, have spent their entire working lives paying into Social Security. It's our money. And with the funding gap projected less than a decade away, that money is at risk. Now, you don't have to agree with AARP on everything. I don't. But on Social Security, they're fighting for every American who paid in. And that's where standing up is at risk. So pledge to protect Social Security at aarp.org/weearnedit. All right, now back to the video. Isn't that a coincidence? Isn't that amazing? They considered themselves dear friends of the Bidens. Remember Joe, months before the debate where Biden had to drop out? What did he say? This is the best version of Joe Biden I've ever seen. And if you don't believe it, go F yourself. Remember that, Joe Scarborough, that guy? Yeah, he didn't show up for this interview. Neither did Mika. Not sure where they were. I'm sure that they had something very, very important they had to attend to. Wow. That said, the real journalist conducting the interview, let's just say it was a disappointment.
I would never want to put our family through that again.
But does he believe to this day that he would have defeated Donald Trump in that election?
I believe he would have beat Donald Trump in that election.
Well, first of all, Willie didn't ask whether you believed that. Question is whether he believed that.
I would never want to put our family through that again.
But does he believe to this day that he would have defeated Donald Trump in that election?
I believe he would have beat Donald Trump in that election.
Does anybody here believe that he would have beaten Donald Trump in that election? Honestly. Anybody? People forget the whole reason they did that debate in June was because he was getting trounced. Do you remember how ugly it was in the polls at that time? That was before the assassination attempt on Donald Trump. It was before naming J.D. Vance. It was before the conventions. That said, the incredible stories continue.
The diagnosis came in May of 2025, and considering what the president's health is now, had he continued his reelection bid, had he been elected again, would he have been able to serve as president? Would he have had to resign?
I don't know. I don't know the answer to that.
So let me just get this straight. She has no doubt that he could have beaten Donald Trump in the election, but she has no idea if he would have been able to serve out his term, which last I checked, if you're going to run for president, you should probably know for certain that you can, do the job for 4 years. I mean, if you're going to run for president, you should probably at least have a working knowledge as to whether you are capable of being president. Yet there were no follow-ups on any of these things, which is really weird, isn't it? Over at CBS Sunday Morning, they kept playing more of this exclusive interview.
Look at the other presidents. I mean, look, in comparison, when they started in office and got out of office, and it was natural aging.
From the start of the administration, even, some polls were showing that many Americans were questioning the president's mental fitness. I asked you about it when I interviewed you, and you said there's nothing to it.
And I still say that.
It's the little smirk at the end that I think is the best part. Let's break this down, shall we? Because there is this old, sort of narrative that the presidency ages a person. You look at them before they're president, look at them after, and the presidency ages the person. And I have no doubt that the stress involved with being president, having the weight of the world literally on your shoulders, and all of the things that are involved in being president, sure, it's going to show age. Also, by the way, when men get to be a certain age, into your 40s, past 45, 50 years old, 8 years, I mean, look at pictures of me from 8 years ago. And it starts to show, right? So let's break this down real fast, because we're talking about Joe Biden. Mashed potatoes for brains, Joe Biden, who campaigned in 2020 in his basement with a teleprompter and talked like a... I was about to channel something my dad always used to say, but I'm trying not to use 4-letter words. Let's say poop. He talked like a poop salesman with a mouthful of samples. Okay? That's who we're talking about here. We knew exactly who Joe Biden was when he was running. We knew exactly who he was when he was sworn into office. The first question about his mental capabilities from a White House reporter, Newsmax's James Rosen, I believe was asked less than a year after the presidency began, because polls showed that the majority of the American people didn't think he had the cognitive ability to perform the functions of the presidency. So given all of that, let's just replay this again.
Look at the other presidents. I mean, look... in comparison, when they started in office and got out of office, and it was natural aging.
Just natural aging. I mean, look at Obama. The guy was a mess at the end of his 8 years. Look at George W. George W. Bush is still out there, showing more zip in his step than Biden did on day one in the presidency. And by the way, look at Donald Trump. This whole idea is, it's just aging. He just aged. That's all. It was 4 years. And by the way, honestly, if you look at Joe Biden the day of the debate, his last major public appearance, really, versus his inaugural speech on day one of the presidency, not a big difference. He really didn't age much over his presidency.
From the start of the administration, even, some polls were showing that many Americans were questioning the president's mental fitness. I asked you about it when I interviewed you, and you said there's nothing to it.
And I still say that.
Yeah, she still says that because I need my paycheck. All right, well, the cracks are starting to show, and they're rewriting history here. Andy Beshear, is that his name? Andy Beshear, he's running for Senate. He was a governor. Now he wants to be a senator. Oh, no. Now he wants to be president. This is the guy who's running for president. I'm sorry. Andy Beshear now is rewriting history. Because at the time, he was like, Joe Biden's the best. Joe Biden's great. Joe Biden has every mental capability. Joe Biden is sharp as a tack behind the scenes. Joe Biden runs circles around his staff. This is the best Joe Biden I've ever seen of all the Joe Bidens. Go F yourself. Now he says this.
Did former First Lady Jill Biden mislead the American people, Governor?
Well, what I see is a first lady that loves her husband, that is fiercely protective, and I'm not going to criticize that. We were all concerned when we saw that debate. This was a president who governed in a way that helped my state, that helped me bring in a significant number of jobs, that's helping me build a bridge that people said no one would ever build in their lifetime.
The question is, did Jill Biden mislead the American people. I got bridges in Kentucky, folks. Come on now. It seems to me you might be dodging the question. But he'll get there, though.
Between Northern Kentucky and Ohio. But I think it's fair to look back now, given that Joe Biden did drop out, and say he shouldn't have run for re-election in the first place. You can both compliment him for things he did that helped your state and your people, but also be able to look back and know that was a decision that should have been made differently.
Yeah, okay, but you want to be president, so really the question is, what does this say about your judgment? Because I don't remember seeing you running around saying, this guy shouldn't run for president. I don't think he's got it going. It's great 3 years later, 2 years later, to look in the rearview mirror and say, yeah, you know, in retrospect, maybe Joe Biden shouldn't have run for president. And by the way, I just want to be clear here. All the people who are saying that today, they're not saying it because they're afraid Joe Biden would have been president and then incapable of actually fulfilling the job of president. Because let's face it, Joe Biden was president and he was incapable of fulfilling the job as president. Look at the auto pen, okay? That's not why they're saying. When Andy Beshear gets out there and says, I got a bridge for Kentucky and that was fantastic, so good for Biden. When he says that maybe Joe Biden shouldn't have run for a second term, it has nothing to do with how it would have affected our nation and the way things were operating here and how it affected the American people. No, he says that he shouldn't have run for a re-election so that Democrats had a chance to win. That's what this is about. As you see all of these people showing up now, rewriting history, saying, yeah, you know, gosh, Joe Biden should have never run. It was really his fault and Jill's fault for running in the first place. It's not because they think he wasn't capable of being president. It's because they don't think he was capable of winning. And that, again, is really all that matters to them. But let's go back in the moment when this really was an issue, not just when he was running for re-election. What about when he ran the first time? 2020, Joe Biden socially distanced appropriately from Jake Tapper. And I guarantee you, when the cameras turned off, these two people, they were hugging each other and giving each other air kisses. I guarantee it. But for the cameras, they had to have social distancing. So the question was asked about, you know, Joe Biden's penchant for, you know, screwing things up and saying the wrong thing and getting befuddled and putting his foot in the mouth, right? Because that's who we've always known Joe Biden to be. And here's how it went.
Your husband has been known to make the occasional gaffe.
Oh, you can't even go there. You can, after Donald Trump, you cannot even say the word
I can't even say the word gaffe.
Nope.
But you not.
Nope. Done. It's gone.
The gaffe issue is over. Because
over. So over.
And now I want to hand it over to the president of Ukraine, ladies and gentlemen, President Putin.
There you go. Like, share, and follow the clip keeper, apparently. Look at Jake. Look at that serious journalist handling that issue in a serious journalisty way. Look at that. He is so charmed by her. He wasn't the only one. 4 years later, here's Mika Brzezinski with a lot of eyeliner.
Any pause, thinking of like the personal health and well-being for both of you, the division in this country, the cruelty of MAGA Republicans against your family? Does any part of you once in a while think, oh, maybe we bow out? You know?
Hold on. This is amazing to me. Do you realize how often these journalists just completely disregard you and ignore you and never they tell themselves that they are such a necessary part of our constitutional republic, although they never use those words. They say democracy. They're such a necessary part of our constitutional republic. And the reason that we have freedom of the press and the First Amendment is because we need those courageous warriors to speak truth to power and have the opportunity to ask questions, sometimes difficult and challenging questions.
I can't stand that term, truth to power.
Uncomfortable questions to those in power on behalf of the American people. Because,
by the way, thank you to Just Jim with a can. God bless you, Jim. Thank you to Tawanda with a cookie. Tawanda says, feisty. She's our gal. This info is red pill worthy. I'm going to look for a way to share this with my very TDS daughter. Well, Tawanda, if your daughter only knew how much we prayed for her, maybe, just maybe, you could get through to her. Thank you, Tawanda. And thank you, by the way, to also, where is it here? Just Fed Up. Thank you. God bless you for the pair of banger shades. You are amazing. I'd never get all the pieces put together on my own. Thank you so much. Just Fed Up. Give yourself more credit than that. You, especially you, have been very attentive and have picked up on a lot of this in short supply as well. I got to show you guys. I got to prove something that both Feisty and I have been saying for a while now. You are watching. We are currently watching the systematic destruction of the Dem Party, the D Party. Mm-hmm. You're watching it implode.
Been saying it since 2019. You're watching it implode.
It is, no doubt. Okay, it is imploding. We are watching a party die in real time. CNN is now reporting how distrust in the Democrat Party is at record highs. As once blue strongholds like California, especially turn purple.
That 4+ House Democrats, in fact, lose their primary in 2026. Look at this, 68%. I looked back at every single cycle that I could find that was not a post-census redistricting cycle, and the highest I could find in terms of Democrats losing, get this, was only 3. So this would actually beat it. Democratic angst against the establishment at an all-time high, I think in large part driven by the fact that Joe Biden is so unpopular, and therefore you have just this great distrust of the establishment.
Now, answer me a question. Riddle me this. Why did CNN all of a sudden get this guy on to talk about?
Because he's contributing to the revelations of it.
He's the awakening, right? He's contributing to the fact that people have been subjected to a lot of propaganda.
Right.
And you've got this guy coming in and piercing that veil.
Now, do you think, with this in mind, and again, this is CNN, guys. This is CNN, okay? Mm-hmm. This is not a small thing, all right? Distrust, all-time high. So, California, meanwhile, you have, at the same time, you guys, how can we count ballots until we know how many votes we need?
Right. Got to pass the bill to see what's in it.
Why would those votes, we don't know what they're going to be, but why would the mail-in votes, the later votes, break for Rahman, possibly? Because that is the pattern in California with this system. I mean, we've seen this now probably for about a decade out there. It's those votes that get tabulated after Election Day. They tend to be almost always are heavily Democratic. We've seen this in congressional races in California now over the last decade or so, where on election night we've had cases, a number of them, where the Republican candidate is ahead at the end of election night, and then it's a process over days, sometimes even weeks, in these key congressional races, where just with every one of the updates, like you just saw right here in L.A., the Democrats get closer and closer and closer and end up pulling ahead. It's that the Democratic vote, for whatever reason, tends to use the mail a lot more than the Republican voters do, and they tend to send them in much later than the Republican votes do. We've seen this for a long time in California, and it appears...
But it can't be at all a way to make way for fraud and theft, and no, not at all, right?
I mean, when do you ask the question, is it normal that all mail-in ballots are Democrat?
No.
When do you ask that question?
Yeah, and what leads
He's saying this is normal. We've been seeing this. Normal?
So, all right, I want to say this, because the boneless chicken makes a great point.
Mm-hmm.
He says, I know a handful of Trump supporters, and I totally agree with him on this one, too. He's right about this, I think.
Mm-hmm.
He says, I know a handful of Trump supporters who have gone numb, switched off Too much bad news or same old in their minds. Not sure, and he's not sure that this California election rig is going to help. Okay, pause for a second. Keep that in mind. And I agree with you. But what if solving the California election rig
requires?
What if, do you think that would help? I kind of think it would help.
Yeah.
Just saying.
I think a repeat of 2020.
Yeah.
With no Trump infusion.
Yeah.
Right? Because this is strictly California. Goes a long way to revealing what we've all known. But a lot of people, they didn't hear or they didn't see and they didn't research. They didn't have the body of information that we've had. And I'm not dismissing their lack of personal responsibility, but I am saying there are people that still don't believe that our government is crooked and corrupt. I mean, they just don't see it.
Is crooked and corrupt? Oh, there's that
Right.
side. Okay, yeah.
There are people that just don't believe that that's true.
I would argue Democrats, that's actually something we have in common with Democrats, is because a lot of them are pissed off because of the injustices. The problem
But wait
is
a minute. Think about it. If you've known about the injustices, you're not as angry. These people are viscerally angry, which means they're just coming to terms with it.
They're misguided. That's why, right? It's because they're misguided about that anger. It's righteous anger, believe it or not, but it's
just like you and I were.
Exactly, but they just don't know the source of that corruption.
They may not be able to put their finger on it. They don't know exactly what it's about.
Well, they've been led around too.
The anger we're watching them display is what we had before Q even came to the story.
Correct.
Right?
Yep.
We were already feeling this. We were already distrustful for a number of reasons. For many people, it went back decades, but we already were where they're at now. They're just now starting to come to terms. Think about when we had the infusion of Q and how we started answering some questions. We understood what they were doing. And then the 2020 was taken. Wasn't that a gut punch anyway?
Absolutely.
Now, what about now?
And what about this?
If you saw a grand jury subpoena to former President Barack Obama, I think there will be a need to summon him based on some of the evidence that's now public or about to become public. We've done a lot of talking about him, and he can't be indicted most likely, which also means he can't claim the Fifth Amendment. And I would keep an eye on that dynamic. I also think that there is a big new
He can be indicted. I don't understand what John is saying.
Inside the FBI,
He can't because he has presidential immunity.
No, that's not what the Supreme Court said. He can be indicted for criminal acts even while president. He gets presidential immunity for doing his job.
On the job.
But if there is a criminal act, he can still be indicted.
After the fact.
And what this is after the fact. You're talking 10 years later. Why do you think they've couched all the indictments against Trump? They're waiting for him to get out of office.
Well, again, you had him going, you remember what happened the day after?
Yeah.
What was it? Oh my gosh, what was it, Feisty?
You mean to
when him and Brennan went to London the day after what? What was it?
God, I can't think of it offhand. I know what you're talking about. Just a couple weeks ago.
Him and Brennan went directly to
London.
To London. He went to Baker Street, and and then Brennan. We saw footage of him at the House of Lords. I mean, what's that?
I don't know. I can't speak
Farah, no. Oh, they would have to push something, I guess.
There'd have to be something substantive. But what I'm getting at is, if there was a criminal act committed during the Obama administration, those officials and Obama, because it's not, your job isn't to be corrupt. He can be held. That's why I'm saying the only reason why they shelved all those indictments against Trump is because he's currently president. As soon as he's out of office, they're going to regenerate him. And all of those indictments are based on acts he did while in office. They just can't indict him while he's in office.
And to let's see who just said it. Wild Dog, the mainstream propaganda makes it so hard to reason with the normies. So, okay, yeah, depending on the normie, you're talking about what I would do in that situation, Wild Dog?
You leave him with a question.
Well, certainly, that's one way to do it. But I guess it depends on the, quote, mainstream. Now, if you have, like, semi-based normies, that you're 9-to-5ers, they're not actively involved like we all are, show them a clip of show them this, but before you show them like this clip here where signaling what's to come, I would show them a Solomon clip from earlier with the results of something that he said, because I can't tell you how many times Solomon has warned us something was imminent, and then that imminent thing came down. So show them a previous clip of Solomon saying, hey, expect this to happen next week. Go grab that thing that happened the following week and show them. Say, all right, which should give Solomon some credibility, I think. Maybe I can do that. Maybe I could do a show where I'd show some Solomon predictions come to fruition. There's a little bit more on this, by the way.
Justice Department and inside the intelligence communities that go all the way back to the origins of Crossfire Hurricane, all the way up to and including Jack Smith, and I think there's going to be some pretty big revelations with that. And so you'll have information coming out, and that information immediately being digested into a accountability prosecution team down here in Florida. And so the one takeaway I had from just doing a lot of reporting this week is that I think the grand jury is going to need to hear from Barack Obama to understand some of the things that happened.
There's your hint. Gonna need to hear. He will be subpoenaed for questions. I said that when we opened. I do believe he will be subpoenaed. He will be asked some questions. The clue, though, is when John Solomon said unindicted co-conspirator.
Yeah. That means somebody else is
the
giving out the orders.
Is the target.
Yeah.
He's going to be subpoenaed to answer questions, and I fully expect that because I see that very similar to the Comey story.
This is why it helps. It benefits us if we can at least have an idea of what's to come, and then we can give the audience tools, the ammunition to take to their friends and families that may be losing faith and say, hey, maybe you can expect this to come. Now that gets into date fragging, maybe too much, predictions, prophesying. We don't want to do all that, but
I'm not trying to predict. I'm not trying to prophesy. That's for sure. But
we can
there's so much happening right now. You
can
can pull these dots together.
This grand conspiracy case, I think at this point you can say without a doubt you're going to see a whole lot come to fruition from that. If not, is it going to be public? Are we going to see things televised?
I actually think eventually the bigger cases, yes. I don't know that we get into the granular detail, but I do think the cases that summarize this story, this path, will be public.
Since we don't really have...
It's a great learning tool, right?
Certainly. But since we don't really have a frame of reference, maybe it would help if we looked up past grand conspiracy cases and how those played out.
Yeah, good luck with that. Yes, I've already tried to look it up. There are a few.
Yeah.
You got judicial shenanigans, you got prosecutorial shenanigans, you got jury tampering, you got a number of things.
But there are very few.
Very few.
Really?
Most of the conspiracy cases that are out there are like conspiracy to, money transmission, money laundering, drug. It's not the kind of grand conspiracy case that you would like to see as a precedent.
On this scale. Right. I mean, I want to know, all right, how long do grand conspiracy cases tend to last? Grand conspiracy cases. Tend to last in court. Oh, also, Feisty, another indicator that there's a lot of worrying out there, so maybe measures are being put in place to ensure that things get screwed up, maybe an event, I don't know. Well, this has been a common theme lately, a trend, if you if I will, but more men seen going underground in sewers, guys, but this time, guess what? They're wearing hazmats. For fuck's sake with the music.
Yeah, I'm trying
And there's a car right there providing them some sort
with
of...
the light.
Yep. 2 cars. Every time we see this, we see 2 cars, 2 vehicles providing some sort of coverage or light. The hell are they doing? What's going on in New York with this people going underground? Okay, grand conspiracy cases, large-scale federal conspiracies often involving multiple defendants, complex schemes like fraud, organized crime, RICO, seditious conspiracy, or political scandals tend to last significantly longer than typical criminal cases, both from indictment, arrest to resolution, and in terms of trial duration itself. There's no single fixed timeline, of course, yet as it depends heavily on the number of defendants, volume of evidence, pretrial motions, appeals, and whether the case goes to trial or settles via pleas, which I highly doubt will happen in this case.
I don't think the cases we're watching being built get pleas.
No.
I think the pleas have already...
You know what?
Largely already happened.
And maybe these indictments have been directly tied to the grand conspiracy case. For all we know. No?
You mean like SPLC? Of course it is.
Yeah.
That's why you're watching the progression.
Like, was the SPLC thing being discussed in the grand conspiracy case, so they decided to
Well, I think it's a
unseal it?
revelation in the grand conspiracy case.
Huh. Okay.
I don't think it's tied to that per se, these
Enron.
indictments that have been released, but
Enron, that's one.
Mm-hmm.
I'll never forget Enron. Watergate.
Mm-hmm.
My mother...
Well, you know what's really cool about Watergate is people are starting to see that was a coup.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. You know, my mother was a part of... my mother and her firm was a part of... You remember the whole DeCoster egg farm thing?
Mhm,
You remember
mhm.
that?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that was a big deal in my family. Factors that extend these cases include multiple defendants, of course, volume of evidence, hello. Pretrial motions, complexity, hello. High stakes.
See, this is where understanding the process helps.
Right.
You've got 650,000 sealed indictments. There's no reason to start a brand new investigation. What they're doing, in fact, the grand jury in Florida is working a lot faster than is normal for a grand jury, right? They were just seated in January. So what they're doing is they're codifying all those other investigations into the grand conspiracy.
Right.
The questions they're asking are any holes from integrating them all together. But you're watching this grand jury move a lot faster than they normally do. A grand jury is seated for 18 months, up to 3 years. And here we are 6 months in, and we're doing subpoenas. You riddle that one.
657,743 sealed.
Oh, that's the new number. It was 648 just a week ago. So
it's-
there's your number.
It's 650.
That's 9,000 new sealed indictments. Now, keep in mind, a lot of these are coming out of the federal government. These are the frauds that have been found as they map the system.
Sealed remaining would be 573,072.
Yeah, they've unsealed something like 80,000 or something
Unsealed
like that.
are 84,671.
That number's been at that number now for several months.
Yeah. And I got to
So-
say,
well,
Tex-
actually,
I
for
think
a long
Texas is number one in terms of.
Well, it depends on the type of case. If you look down at the bottom, you'll be able to look at public corruption. You'll see that the scoring shifts. Look at RICO particularly. Look at trafficking. You see the scoring shifts.
Yeah.
But Texas right now, overall, I think is the state with the most sealed indictments.
Most total cases, period.
Period. And most of the cases in Texas are about immigration.
416,000 total cases.
And most of them are immigration related.
Sealed are 56,000. Unsealed is 360,000. Whole lot of human trafficking.
It's a border state.
California's up
very
there.
Very loosey-goosey borders because the Rio Grande is...
Arizona's up there big time.
Yeah, well, look at it. You got California, Arizona, and New Mexico and Texas right there, that whole line.
Yeah,
and then now look at Florida.
Everything connected to Mexico is bright blue.
But look at Florida. Florida's also blue.
Yeah. Well, it's like purplish.
Again.
Yeah. Damn, man. So this New York thing seems to be a bit of a concern to me. Let's see here. Should Elizabeth Warren get her house in order? Should everybody in Congress start getting their house in order? Probably
that was hysterical.
Literally signed the 113-page document publicly listing all of his individual stock trades at the same time that he is making decisions affecting those stocks. So you're going to sit here with straight face and say it's not a conflict of interest for the President of the United States to do that?
I'm going to say this body needs to get its house in order first.
How about we get the White House in order at the same time?
What did he say? I would encourage you to do that.
I don't trade in individual stocks. I don't own any.
I don't think she's listening to him. Anybody?
She doesn't hear what he's saying.
Not even a little bit. Ooh.
And what is Pulte really interested in? Influence networks. Yeah, Lizzie, you gotta think.
Stocks. My house is in order.
Senator, you're very
Mr.
rich.
Secretary.
Others on this committee can't say that, Senator.
Let's look at some individual trades. On January 6th, Donald Trump purchased up to $1 million worth of NVIDIA stock. 1 week later, his administration changed U.S. policy.
Donald Trump isn't making deals. Do you think Trump is sitting by his Oval Office desk and says, "Oh, I think I'll buy this stock"?
No, but you see,
it's
okay to go after Trump, but what do they when they're caught doing the same thing? I have nothing to do with it. It's in a trust.
He has accountants for crying out loud.
He's got trusts as well.
Gosh, he's got people that do this shit for him.
Mm-hmm.
He doesn't sit by the man who barely sleeps. By the way, the man who barely sleeps was caught sleeping on the job.
He sleeps about 4 hours a day.
Ted Lieu, though, thinks that Trump has got some health problems.
Asleep
and
on
he's
the job.
fallen asleep. Yeah.
That was hysterical because they're trying to say Trump's health is failing.
So are they trying to steal it? Breaking California held an election and nobody knows who won. Days later, the governor's race is still stuck in a ballot count limbo. Florida counts.
Did you see the clip about gas tax?
Yes, I have that.
That's hysterical.
Yeah, I have that one. Yeah, I got that one.
That is hysterical. The look on his face, he did not know what to say.
Yeah, I got that one. And I got more on the SPLC that I can do later as well. But Florida counts 8 million votes before bedtime, everybody. California can't even finish a city in 1 week. Newsom's election system is becoming a national embarrassment, to say the least.
It's been 3 days since California ran its funky jungle primary. We still don't know anything. The governor's race is stuck at only 50. Well, now it just went up to 57% of ballots counted. L.A. mayor, 66% counted. Well, it says 62 there. I guess maybe they updated it a little bit. But no one is in a rush. They're just going to slow walk a winner. That doesn't create trust.
It's insane.
This election system that they've created here is just another monument to their uselessness, another version of high-speed rail. The whole thing is insane. I mean, the fact that you're sending out mail ballots to every single person on a voting roll that is wildly inaccurate, the whole thing is a joke, just like pretty much everything else they try and do here. It's not a mystery, it's slow by design. Gavin rewrote the law to send out millions of ballots to people who didn't even ask for one. And then the ballots can come in a week after the election, and they still count.
Why does it take so long to count ballots in California compared to other states? 80% of voters return their ballots by mail. Each one of them has to go through a signature verification process. If there's a problem in the signature verification process, then you're alerted and you have 10 days to fix that process to come what's called cure your ballot. All that takes time. Eventually, all those ballots come here where they are officially counted.
Then the local registrars gum up a bit worse. They're not required to release daily updates. So each county releases results whenever they feel like it. There's no real deadline to finish the count or to tell people what the votes are. They have about a month to finish, and in the last 24 hours, only 3% more of the vote came in. Florida tallies 8 million ballots before bedtime. California can't even count a single city in a week. What Gavin Newsom has done here is a national embarrassment. I had a whistleblower that contacted me from a post office describing that they had different buckets they were supposed to put the ballots in after they come in after Election Day, and they were explicitly told that it didn't just have to be a postmark that was on or before Election Day that qualified. If the date was handwritten, that would be okay as well. Handwritten. So your ballot counts if someone just scribbles a date on it? No postmark, no proof, nothing. Now, if that's true, we are in deep trouble. California just takes their word for it. The whole system's a python that swallowed a pig. Half the country thinks they're cheating, the other half thinks they're idiots. If it takes you a month to name a winner, it looks rigged. Now, I don't know if it's rigged or not. It looks that way. And this just in, we got a minuscule update from LA. Shocker, it doesn't help Spencer Pratt.
Now, Spencer Pratt remains in the #2 spot for LA mayor tonight to face Karen Bass. Democratic council member Anita Raymond gaining ground against Pratt in the most recent update. And that all matters because the way it goes is that the top 2 finishers, no matter what party they're in, get on the ballot in November. So you got to be in the top 2. The governor's race is also too close to call. Republican Steve Hilton and Democrat Javier Becerra lead the pack, but Tom Steyer, is seeing a boost in the newly counted votes tonight.
The president wants answers, so he's launching an investigation. The U.S. attorney in L.A. is on it. We've already seen what Democrats are willing to do to take out Trump. Break the law, strip him off the ballot, indict him, raid his house, shoot him. Because if Pratt and Hilton prevail, Gavin's not going to the White House.
If Hilton wins the gubernatorial race and Pratt wins the mayor's seat in New York, Gavin Newsom has no chance at the presidency in 2028. 0, if that happens. If that happens, he has no chance. Because to indict California is to indict him.
Spencer already promised to open the books and expose Greasy's failures, and, well, that's after he cleans up the streets, of course. This is what L.A. used to look like 20 years ago. That's it. Palm trees, convertibles, clean beaches, clean sidewalks, movie stars walking their dogs. It was paradise. All the homeless drug addicts were up in San Francisco with Gav.
But just so you guys know, by the way, Trump posted this the other day. Yesterday. He just posted this. On Wednesday, Trump says, June 24th at 7 p.m. in magnificent Washington, D.C. Now totally beautified in one of the safest cities anywhere in the world, and in celebration of our country's 250-year history, we will be bringing you live the greatest rally ever. It will be special at every level. A rally to end all rallies. We don't want singers with no talent, but big fees to put you to sleep. We've told them all to stay home. All we want is you, me, a few speakers, and the greatest music ever played. The same music you have listened to for years. The same music you've been listening to for years. We will have the fabulous Lee Greenwood introducing me with what has turned out to be one of the greatest hits of all time, God Bless the USA. And the amazing Christopher Macchio, who will sing Nessun Dorma, Hallelujah, Ave Maria, God Bless America, and others. Not since the legendary Luciano Pavarotti has there been such a voice. The rally will also be featuring the wonderful U.S. Army Band, Pershing's Own, and Armed Forces Choir, and the President's Own United States Marine Band with the Joint Armed Forces Chorus. All of your favorite hits, plus a fine and highly dignified gentleman known as the one and only President Donald John Trump. And in case you needed any reminding, this is Nessun Dorma.
Gotcha, bitch.
That was so obvious.
Let's go. Feisty, thank you for joining tonight. This was illuminating.
I'm glad I was here.
Yes, this was a blast. I hope everybody enjoyed this.
I know I did.
Yes.
I know I did.
Yeah. Guys, make sure you're following Feisty and Friends over on Rumble. If we can get one of the mods to drop her links out there, that'd be great.
They've been dropped all night. Thank you so much, everybody.
If you're not following her, especially on X, then you're missing it. You're missing it. I wish you would post more things on X.
I know I should.
Yeah.
I don't. I'm very active in my chat room.
Yeah. Oh, Telegram. Yeah, follow her on Telegram. If you guys want to engage in her daily, nightly routines over there on Telegram, guys, go follow her on, what's the name of your chat?
Feisty and Friends chat.
Feisty and Friends chat. It's that simple. Well, go get some rest. Give my love to not Kevin, and I'll talk to you. I'll talk to you tomorrow or soon, I'm sure.
I'll talk to you soon. Have a good night, everybody.
Good night, love. Shout out to Feisty. Shout out to Feisty, right? Right?